Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as David Null, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And it looks like my face is fuzzy. I wonder if this the camera. But anyway, um, welcome to all of you out there, and I hope that this finds you as well as possible under the the chaotic circumstances of um, of the planet Earth. So um, I hope you other Earthlings here on this planet are, getting by with all the craziness that's going on. And so, Geraldine, hello, how are you? Um, and having thoughts about the craziness that does go on. Barry, how are you? Somebody we were talking the other day, and it was like, well, you know, Jesus said we've got to, turn the other cheek, and we have to forgive our neighbor and everything, and we have to be kind to one another. And I got to thinking on that, and so did my co-conspirators, my spirit guides, when they get me involved in these conversations. And it's like, wait a minute. What do you mean? Um, how nice and how kind should we be to others? And how much should we respect other folks'? How nice should we be? And so the conversation kind of turns around and is like, well, if somebody really needs help and they're down on their luck or whatever, you can be nice to them and, help them out. Or, if they're extremely hungry, you can feed them. If there are ways that you can be kind and that you can help people. But, one thing that we learned years ago was that, there was this one homeless man down in Thomasville, and he would do work for you if you had something. Hey, F Kitty, how you doing? And so if he had any kind of work or something, that he could make a couple of bucks, he would try to work if he could. Now he didn't just he wasn't a freeloader per se, um, but he did scout the downtown areas and kind of hung out behind certain stores, and because people had given them work in the past, so he would go back to those stores and hope that they would give him some work to do, so he could earn money, so it was legit. But there were people who would help him out and leave food out in certain areas. So there'd be perfectly good food. Here's a tray of food. And he'd go by and look around, and might be a little sign on it, with his name on it, And so people fed him and looked out for him, because he did try. And for whatever his circumstances, he was homeless. Um, but for whatever his circumstances, he was homeless, you know, and he didn't want to steal. So therefore, he went around and people donated food and so forth to him. But somebody made the mistake one time of giving him $10. And every single day, twice a day, he showed up at their shop. You got any money for me, sir? You got them $10 for me? So it's like, well, wait a minute. Now, here, I gave you $10 one time before. Like I gave this one particular gentleman who kept hawking me, dunning me all the time. Hey, Mr. David, I know you got some money for me. Well, no, I didn't have money for him. So every day he was like, I know you got some money for me. I know you got some money for me. When I'm having trouble feeding myself, no, I'm sorry, I don't have any money for you. Well, just because I gave you $5 2 weeks ago, don't mean that you should come by and see me every day for $5. No, that's no. So, ghosties out there, yeah, how all you early morning folkses, and blessings to you all. I mean that from the bottom of my tiny little heart. Well, it's a big heart, a brave heart. It's, oh, speaking of heart, I got to take my heart medicine. But so in this thinking here recently, my spirit guys have kind of been poking at me, and it's like, people talking about Palestine and Israel and the Ukraine and this place and that place and the southern border and just stuff, So it's like, so well, we're opening up our southern border because these people need a better place to live. Okay, um, but that many of us are asking that we wish they did it the right way. F. Kitty says downtown Seattle will teach you the art of boundaries and brush off real quick. You still have to look after yourself and your house because those ass can't and usually won't. Yeah. Yeah, be generous but not victimized. Hard rope to walk. That's absolutely right, Miss Kitty. And so a friend of mine who is from New York, from Brooklyn, and he told me, he said, Hawkeye, he said, you can't just give them money. And I said, why? And he said, because, they'll keep coming back and asking you for it. And because he was standing out back one evening, and I said, what are you doing? And he was leaning on the wall and looking out across the parking lot. And he said, I'm watching. And I can't remember the homeless guy's name, but I'll just say Alvin. He said, Alvin's out there walking between the cars. And I said, yeah. And I said, so what's the deal? And he said, well, I dropped a $20 bill out there when I got out of the car. And I said, you what? And he goes, yeah. He said, I dropped a $20 bill when I got out of my car out there. And I said, I want to make sure that he gets it. And I said, so why didn't you just give it to him? And he goes, because, he said, because he'd be bumming. He'd be coming up every day wanting to get money from me. Well, see, I'd already made that mistake because he'd been coming up to me and, and I wasn't near as rich as this other guy. So, so he put the money out in the parking lot between a couple of cars and he was, he would go in between the cars and look around all the time looking for stuff. And all of a sudden you hear this golly, and he holds up this $20 bill. And my buddy said, he hits me with his elbow and he goes, you see, there you go. He said, that's how you be nice to somebody without actually giving it to them directly. And I thought, well, now I thought about this over the years because it's been about 15 or 20 years ago now, more like 20, I guess. I thought about that, and it's like, it's you can be kind to people. And that's a wonderful thing, here on this channel, we encourage people to be kind to one another. But, in being kind to one another, them other people want to take advantage of that kindness. as has happened to me over the many years that I've invited people to live here and to, to take take a load off, I still got a sign at the top of the driveway, the Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage. And I still mean, if you need a place to stay, I'll do my best to help you out. And if you're hungry, I'll feed you the best way I can. But at the same time, for those people who have taken advantage of me, and not just me, but other people, they after a while, they expect you to take care of them. They expect you to be kind. Well, look, we had steak last week for dinner. Yeah, well, I had a little extra money, and I thought maybe I'd treat you and me, and we'll have a steak. Well, then 2 or 3 days later, this person says, well, I'm hungry. Say, well, we had steak the other day. Yeah, well, that was a treat. Humaria and Naima. I'm wondering how much you pronounce the Y. But hey, Miss Chloe, but blessings to y'all. So, but to this point, so how nice are we supposed to be to people? And so, like other countries, so right now, Americans are supposed to be, the argument it is, well, we're supposed to be the country that helps everybody despite what they're, well, but we have to be careful. I mean, if they're being ugly to other human beings, then we don't want to be nice to them. So we have to make this judgment call as to how nice should we be to our fellow human beings. Well, you can only be as nice as them folks on the other end. What do I mean? Well, if they take advantage of that kindness to everyday expect it, and well, what are you doing for yourself? It's like the homeless guy in Thomasville. He did ask people if they had anything that he could do to earn a couple of bucks. He did not look for a handout. Now, he would ask if they had any spare change or anything, or hey, Mr. Dave, can I earn a couple of bucks? Have you got something I could do? Can I take out the trash for you? He'd do anything for a couple of bucks. I mean, we even saved up aluminum cans for him and would put them in bags out along the certain places along back in behind. Me and my pup got chased a long way by a rabbit. Oh, holy crap. It took 3 shots of a double barrel before he would stop moving. And that was a what? Did you say a coon? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Three shots of a double barrel before he stopped moving. You must have had birdshot in there. Well, I'm glad you all are safe. Yeah, really. That's craziness is, that those types of things still exist, that we still have rabies and it still gets around, You'd think that with all the care that's being taken over the years to try to rid, the country and the world of rabies and things like that, it's still, it's still out there. Also highly contagious. Yeah, absolutely. So in this world of brotherly love, and here I am, I've been teaching for the last how many years, the law of one, to be kind to your neighbor, and, and especially here recently, that we should send out peace to our brothers and sisters, use the word peace, peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. So we're trying to share peace and honor and love with our neighbors and so forth. And, and our neighbors want to take advantage of us. You know, they want to take advantage of our kindness. So, although Africa has a vaccine, that vaccine's a wildlife if they bite people, or I don't know enough about it, but shouldn't it be available? Well, all animals, cats and dogs, are supposed to receive a rabies vaccine. It used to be once a year. I think they've got an extended version now that's good for 2 years. So your pets and animals are supposed to be vaccinated. If you get bitten by a rabid animal, you have to go in to the hospital for successive shots in your stomach. Uh, they say that, it's very uncomfortable and that you have to have these shots in your stomach for the rabies, to now there, if you get bitten, go to the hospital right then. But if you've been bitten by a rabid animal and don't get there, and it progresses within the human's body for too many hours or whatever it is, then it will be you'll be too far gone. The rabies will just get in your brain and eat it up, and that'd be that. Yeah, absolutely a bad way to go. It's 26 shots. I knew it was a bunch. There was a friend of mine way back in the day, and they weren't sure if the animal was rabid or not, and they had to have the shots. And I just remember they were like, "Don't want to do that." And when I got bit in the lip and scratched and everything, it was a good thing. They had to quarantine the dog that bit me for a month. And, there were no signs of rabies, which meant, thank God, getting bit and having had stitches and everything on your face when you're, in, I guess it was about 10 or 11 ish, in there. Um, that, that was bad enough for me, let alone to might have had to have, the rabies shots themselves. I was like, dude, and it was the neighbor's dog, and there was no real intent. I do believe it was an accident on me and the dog's fault part, because I had a ball and he was jumping for it, and I moved, and it was a boxer, and I still to this day don't really like boxers. Just, yeah, I don't like them. Get along with a lot of other dogs, but anyway. So, how nice do we be to people? Is there some place now, in this quantum arena that hey, Miss Pearl was sending prayers yesterday and today, hoping you were doing well. You had them all? Goodness gracious. I guess it was a pain in the gut, huh? I've had multiple shots at the same time, but like in my back and so forth, but not the stomach. So, in this understanding of the world, we just, for me, I decide that I want to help people, but with limited income and limited resources, there's only so much that I can do. So, but when the opportunity, whatever may come up, is kind of sort of what I save up for. In other words, if I met somebody and they needed, I was talking with my buddy just a little bit ago, and it was like, you're at the store and you see a young woman and she's counting change to try to get a couple of bucks for gas in her car, and you can tell she's got a little baby and the car ain't the best kind, and you can tell that it looks like she could use a little bit of help, and you give her, you put $10 in the gas tank for her, and give her $5 or $10, just to get by, and say, you know, you notice that there's a little baby, but no Pampers or anything, for example, and you give her some money for some Pampers, and it's like, well, wait a minute, well, there are folks out there who help the homeless that come up, and there's one guy on YouTube. They'll go up and ask somebody what they need, and there was this one that was and I had seen the original one. When went up to the guy and said, could you look like you could use some help? And it was like, well, what could you use? Could you use a tent? Could you use a jacket? Could you use some food or whatever it was? And so they gave the guy some money, but they went to Walmart and come back and gave him all these things, about $100 worth of stuff at least. And so this follow-up video was like, hey, I remember you. And the homeless guy says, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. And they said, yeah, we were having a hard time finding you. And they said, we've been contacted through the YouTube channel that, your family members have seen our video, and they didn't know where you were. And they want you to get in touch with your family, that they want to talk to you and whatever. And it's just like, and he was like, what? So here was this guy living on the street, talking with his family, at the end of this was like, we want you to come home. We want to help take care of you. And, so here he is on the street for how long? For whatever reason, he was on the street. He seemed pretty lucid. In other words, he didn't appear to be drunk at the time, although he could have been an alcoholic. There are lots of us that were alcoholics, myself included. But the fact that that here are these folks that just wanted to give him a short-term help. But here's some clothes, here's some food, here's a tent. Maybe this will help keep you warm. Here's a jacket. And then through YouTube and through the grace of God and through the universe, family members got in touch with him. Now, whether he went home or whatever, but they made contact again. So, kindness, how far does it go? Well, it went so far, they helped him out for a day, but they weren't there every day handing out food. Now, there are folks who go through the slum areas and places every day, and they hand out fresh water to people and some snacks or whatever, and sandwiches to people and things like that. So there are folks that do that every day in certain areas of certain cities, and I applaud them for that. But for those of us who can just help on a short-term basis, and it might just be a one-time deal for some of us. Too many are just lost and mentally ill. They just don't have the help they need. That's right. But that is every day. So great many make a career of the lifestyle instead of striving for more. there are those too. You know, they have just decided to drop out or cash out or something. They just don't want to participate anymore. Although they know that they need society at some point. They may be living way down here on the bottom fringe. And I've had to live there, a couple of times in my life. Had to go, was so poor and didn't have any work. And I had my neck operated on. I couldn't get a job and couldn't go to work because had been operated on. Food stamps they wouldn't give to me because I was white and, um, and of age to where they said, well, you're too young to get food stamps. And so here I was literally bumming off of everybody I knew. And folks would say, look, come by on Thursdays and we'll feed you, Dave. And I'm like, but no, come by on Thursdays. We have Italian on Thursdays. We do spaghetti or pastas. Come by, and we always make a big pot, and there's always leftovers. Come by and eat with us on Thursdays. And I would, begrudgingly go by on Thursdays and eat with them. And so there was kindness by people, but they offered, come by, we'll feed you. Good friends of mine. And both of them are dead now, passed away, but Ron and Elaine Shanks, wonderful, wonderful people. And Jewish. And Elaine was just, oh, for Shugna, but anyway, so wonderful people would, they wouldn't help everybody because there were so many people who would take advantage of it. But they were like, drop a $10 bill in the parking lot where the homeless guy could pick it up, or they did things to help folks, but it was not directly. But now me, because I'd been friends with them for so long, they were like, no, you're part of the family, Dave. If you're hungry, you come by, we will feed you, And there were many times I was hungry and and I would drive past the house. Just, do I go in? Do I stop? And I don't want to be a bother. And, and 2 days would go by and I didn't have any food. And I'd finally pull up and go, and Elaine would go, come on in the kitchen. Let's get you something to eat. And I'd go, but no, come on in the kitchen. Let me fix you a sandwich, But they know, and they knew better than for me to argue with them. So the kindness was extended to me, because we'd been friends for years and I was in a hard time. Well, I have helped friends of mine like that, over a long term, or come, I will feed you, or whatever. But then it got to be the point where they knew I'd had my operation. They knew that I was looking for work. They knew that my situation was a matter of circumstance. Now, I had some people that stayed with me, for example, very capable, able bodied, younger than me, about my age, but still younger than me, who just, wouldn't do anything. An artist. So I said, paint something, not necessarily my house, but I mean, here, get some canvas or something, or do a collage, do something. You're an artist, for crying out loud. Do something, and maybe we could offer it on Facebook or something. Then maybe somebody will, hey, Steve, how you doing? I've seen families follow that road for generations, and they just can't imagine better. Most are still mentally ill, the physically. Yep, know some folks like that too. And it literally runs in the family, literally. The craziness and the mental, the lack of mental acuity, In other words, they're retarded without being ugly. But so, it's one thing for a stray dog, for you to. I put feed out here by at the outside back out here, and you know, feed all the local critters, and there's a resident um, possum that shows up, and I let Duggar out the other day, and he and the possum went tangled. But so feeding the critters, when I put bird seed out, I'm not just putting bird seed out for one bird or one type of bird. It's for all the birds. Here's feed for the whole crowd. Who's ever coming through. So to the community. So, but give to the community as much as possible. And whatever you can afford, whether it be time or money or whatever, prayers or, so the idea of sharing and participating, especially, my belief in sharing in the quantum, in this energy field that we all belong to. What time is it? Is that quarter after? I can't see the clock on this thing. Yeah, that's quarter after. We almost got a 20 coming up. I want to get ready and share it with whoever wants to share it. But so, but where do we draw the line? I mean, seriously and honestly and all that kind of stuff. So, if somebody, now like for me, if somebody's really trying, or if I invited this guy and he had a couple of dogs that like to tore up my tents and this and that, and all he could do was bitch about how he couldn't get a good enough signal, with the Wi-Fi. And he was staying right out there in a little trailer that I got in the yard. And all I asked him to do was fix up the trailer. I said, here's all the material. Here's all the tools. Here's everything you need. Now you're going to be living in that little trailer there so that you can have an air conditioner and everything. He had his own air conditioner, by the way, but it was that but all he could do was complain, that he had to work on this little trailer. And I said, but here's all the windows. If you put this window here and here and here, and here's some plywood. Here's this, here's what you need. That you don't have to spend anything but time. And you're going to be living in the little place until you can get, find a job or whatever. And I'm feeding you at least one meal a day. And I had chickens at the time. So I said, I don't do bacon. And I said, but you can have 3 eggs in the morning. That's, because the amount of eggs that my chickens were laying, I said, there's 3 for you and 3 for me and a couple of extra, So I said, there's 3 eggs every morning every morning you can have at least 3 eggs. And there's bread for toast if you want. But if you want bacon or sausage, you're going to have to buy that. So, but almost a 20. So, but, he was like, well, I don't know it, and why can't you get this? And I was like, I did not take you to raise. I invited you here to help you get on your feet. And I said, but I don't know you from Adam. I ran an ad in the what do you call it? Oh shoot, online thing. The every town has got the listings. You can list stuff anyway. So I can't think of it at the moment. But So Creator asked me to put out these, what you call it list. Little nickel one has circular, that too. But no, it was, what do you call the, yeah, social listings. But what is I'll think of it at some point. Craigslist, thank you very much. That's it. So Creator had put me out there, and I was putting the sign up at the top of the driveway and so my thing was that if you are a veteran and homeless and would accept staying in a tent or camping or facilities or and if you would accept it, to contact me. So this guy contacted me, and I don't think he was a hey Cha Tran, how are you? You doing okay? So, but in this things, and he was living down in Tallahassee, and I had to go halfway to Tallahassee to get him up here because he didn't know South Georgia or whatever. But anyway, so but this whole idea that there were certain things that he just demanded that I help him with, demanded that you need to do better with your Wi-Fi. And I'm like, dude, it's right here by the window, and there's nothing between you and where you're staying. It's a clear line of sight. I have gone around with my computer. I get good service. Maybe it's you. What am I talking about in the live stream? How nice we have to be to people, and how kind should we be, and how much should we extend that to other people? So it's a 20. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm kidding and teasing, but how nice should I be to you this morning? Federico from Argentina, good to see you. Hola. I speak un poquito of Spanish, okay? So we should not talk about history in public, right? No, go ahead. What about history? I'm open for conversation, Good boundaries up front protect both parties, and vigilant with those boundaries will weed out the ones that you can't help. Yep. So, but here's the thing about how much do we help people? So there are folks, that are. I was a lifelong Democrat. I never thought I'd see the day that I would vote Republican. But although way back in the day, I'm voted for a Republican or two. But I just never thought that I would vote for Trump, for example. So, but the things and the way things are going with the Democrats, you have to pay attention and go, wait a minute. There's something is wrong with this. Something is so for me, it's like, so how much do I support the Democratic Party when the Democratic Party has not supported me? That's my point about this. Do you know what is the word trepidation is? Yeah. I thought I was radical. Apparently that rabbit hole can go way deeper than, oh yeah. I've been down hey Scotty boy, how you doing? So, having been down many rabbit holes in my daytime, and not bragging, but I am, I've been down a bunch of them. I've been down them so far that my feet got stuck upside down. I couldn't crawl back out. You know what I mean? Wait, it's a 20. I know. I'm 5 minutes late every time. So, like here, I was relating to a friend of mine this evening. Paquito Espanol, huh? Me too. And I took Spanish, and I've had many Spanish friends, but I never could quite get you know, I can read it a little better than I can listen and understand. Where am I from? I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, raised until 17 in Tampa, Florida, and I've been here in South Georgia since I was 19. So, but I'm a South Georgia person at the moment. But anyway, so in this world of places and things, and what do we learn, and there are a lot of folks around here who are very, they're Southern. Somebody see you can help you out or whatever, they're Southerners. And there's this thing that we help each other out. So we should not talk to strangers, right? No, I talk to strangers all the time. If you're a little child, I'd be careful. WKRP, hey David Jewell, how you doing? Yep. And Cincinnati, for Christ's sake, used to be a line that was just, it was like when somebody said Cincinnati, for Christ's sake, everybody laughed, but it was a joke. You had to have been here but it was funny. And WKRP was part of it. But somehow I understand it very similar to English. Yeah, and some things, yeah. And growing up in Tampa, there is this Cuban Spanish slang, you know. It wasn't true Spanish, and it wasn't really Mexican, but a slang thing, but here in South Georgia, it's Mexican, you know. And to me, and trying to listen to some of these folks, they go so fast, my brain can't keep up, And I go the when well, I had friends of mine, when I worked at the local Mexican restaurant in Thomasville, some of the waiters and the cooks and so forth that I knew one about 4 or 5 years, and so he'd start talking. I'd go, on, slow down. I'm a slow white man. Remember, told you about the targeting isn't just the same. Yeah, so just slow down. And I know that us white people, and we're speaking English, um, there's just each one of us has a different tone of voice. We speak in a different cadence, um, and a slight accent or no accent. And so, in listening to somebody, like a lot of Mexicans down here in South Georgia, um, standing in line, at Walmart or whatever, and not trying to eavesdrop on them, but I'm trying to see if I can understand anything that they're saying. And I'm like, I got, out of 2 minutes of them talking back and forth in line at Walmart, I understood like 3 words, and I'm like, That it never mind, so much for my Spanish, you know, but it had to do with their inflection. It had to do with their accent, you know, and as I was trying to listen, it's every bit of, and also speed, because they were just rattling just on just a mile a minute. And I was like, I was still trying to hear the first word they spoke, in a sentence. Hey, and there was already a paragraph down, and I'm like, still, what was that first word? But anyway, so for me, foreign languages, right over the top of my head. Now, as an altar boy, I read um, Latin, from the book, we read Latin. And I could read Latin, couldn't understand it. Some words, but as an altar boy back in the 60s, we were still doing Slovenia. Slovenia, yeah, Slovenia. That's I think that's how you do. But and greetings to y'all. And good morning where we are. But so and I could understand enough of the of the Latin back in the day when doing uh, when being an altar boy during mass back then, that I could understand it, right? And took Latin in high school, flunked it, was horrible with it, and a lot of our English language and Spanish and other languages too, have Latin roots, you know, but boy, howdy. So, but now if I can read it and kind of this word with, looks like, its root word is like this. So I can kind of, and pronounced slow, Bonia, not IA, so Bonnie. I'm not sure if I quite understand the nuance. EA versus IA. I get it. But my brain is trying to hear it. Tennessee fainting goats. But so anyway, in trying to understand each other, there are nuances between us. And so listening to another dialect, and not only the dialect itself, but the nuances within the person who's speaking. So, but anyway, yeah, so much for foreign language for me. But to read it is different. I have much better luck with reading it. But anyway, so how much in the did you know that farmers cows that their wealth and rich? What? Oh yeah. SL Tamadeo. I'm sorry, I didn't get that Argentum. I have worked with some folks that had a goat, and that's some bitch. That's all I can say. If you turned your back on that SOB, he would get you. It, and then there was Gus, and then Gus was totally different. Gus was a goat that, he loved to hand butt you. So you could go over to the fence and we had this little thing. And so that he would raise up real high and butt your hand. But he was kind where he wouldn't sneak up on you. He was we hated to see Gus go. And the people who got Gus promised not to eat him. Um, Yeah. Oh, yeah. About that with the cows and goats and stuff. Yes. I mean, folks around here, even in South Georgia, with the farmers that have different herds of cattle, I mean, it's still considered money. They're taxed on those cows. How many cows do you have? Well, then you got to, that's considered, wealth. So if somebody's got a herd of 20 cows, which is not too uncommon, 10, 15, maybe 20 cows. But then folks who have over 20 cows, they're the folks that have got the bucks. You can be fairly poor and have 20 cows, because you can, you buy a couple, you start out with a couple of cows, you got a bull, and he goes around and does his business. And, at the end of 2 or 3 years, you've got you've got a small herd of cows. So, but it's the same thing with my ex brother-in-law who used to raise goats. So he had 4 or 5 main goats, and he had a billy and a couple of girlies, and at the end of every season, that each one of the girls always gave at least one goat. So he started out with 4. Now at the end of the season, he's got 8. you know. So then the next season, if any of those goats are females, or then, um, now you got 12 goats. So at the end of 3 years, you've got a herd of goats, with a little bit of luck. And so, and, same thing, Scotty boy, is like, same egg laying cows, you know, but with chickens, I used, when I had 25 chickens at one time. And you'd take the best hens, and you'd take their eggs and you'd put them in an incubator. And after so many days, you had more chickens. Now you could rely on the hens to hatch the eggs. That never worked for me. But taking their eggs and put them in an incubator, and me helping to hatch them, I've had, I had, 90% luck with the eggs that I got from my chickens. So, and they were all good chickens and good, egg producers. So you can, increase your flock, in 90 days. You can triple your flock easy, if you're saving their eggs and doing it right and so forth. Um, Generos Conlos. Um, and I can, muchas gracias for the information. See, I get some stuff. And I forget, like, Asta is what? Yeah, chickens are better at taking care of the chicks. Yeah. But you know what? We were talking chickens earlier today, as a matter of fact. And both of my friends that were here to visit, the one's got 3 chickens, the other one's got like 30 chickens, but in talking chickens and how they act and react and whatever. But, some chickens just don't want to have nothing to do with chicks. Where there are other chickens, hens, that, um, were just, they were just almost overly motherly to the chicks. like the peck at the chick if the gets a little out of hand or something like that. So, and Barry, me and you have talked about it, but chickens, they got their own personalities and how they act and how they interact and all that kind of stuff. So, that there are some chickens that are just more motherly, than others. And there are some roosters that, you literally just have to take out of the pen. They can't stay in the pen with female chickens. I've had a couple of those to where you just had to separate them entirely, you know. And then there were other roosters that can. Oh, absolutely, Kitty. Breed can play a part too, big time. Did lots of research when I thought I was going homesteading, but with that said though, and we were talking about Aracanas, that lay the teal blue eggs. Um, yeah, I used to fight them back in the day. They were just some personalities in the hens, and also the roosters too, because when I was putting eggs in the incubator, didn't know until the eggs came out if it was going to be a hen or a rooster. And so one time we did a batch and we got them almost half and half. Well, roosters don't lay eggs, so feeding them is just an expense, and especially when they got up so high and they were just arguing with one another and fighting all the time. And, you don't need but one or two roosters, And so we had a Rhode Island red rooster and had a hay off the hook, and had an Araucana rooster. And so those two, and so we had three different types of female roosts of hens. So we got some really interesting mixes, and but good mixes. But to the point of the some of the roosters of the Aracanas, they were really kind of tacit, passive. But the Rhode Island red rooster was like a holy terror, tried to attack me every time I got near the chicken pen. It was a whole nother thing. So, but not to say that one breed over another, in my humble opinion. I just think it was the personality of the individual chickens, just like it is people. So somebody say, well, I think that, this brood of chicken is more aggressive than another. Okay, maybe so. But I found that they were all aggressive, but individually with their personalities. They had some black sex links. And there was a couple of them hens. They'd come up and coo, and I could pet them on the head. And then one of their brothers or one of their sisters would literally come flying across the cage and try to gouge your eyes out, you know. And they all came from the same batch. They were all black sex links, but two of them you could pet, and the third one was like a holy terror. And so it's like, could I blame it on the type of chicken? I don't think so. Uh, but personality wise, whatever happened to that hen, she was just a mother. She was a bad. But anyway, Hawaii has a chicken fighting problem. Sorry about that. Bless me, bless me. Yeah, now see, I've never killed my own chickens to eat them. I if they still lay an egg, somebody said, "Well, how many does that hen lay?" And I was like, two or three a week, maybe. What? You ain't ate that hen yet? No. If that chicken will lay 1 egg a week, I'm good. Now here we go with the yeah, cockfighting is against the rules down here. But there's some Mexicans, by golly, and dog fighting, bulldog fighting down here. Woo wee. Of course, all that stuff's illegal. And something and I'll say this. Here's an observation. But there have been more Mexicans who've been arrested for cockfighting, not dogfighting so much, but cockfighting. But there have been how do I put this? With dog fighting, that there've been more black folk than white folk. Now, I knew some white folk back in the day, 45 years ago, that would fight their dogs, for prestige. They got bulldogs. But I don't know, sure enough, there's something about and having been around black folk, being raised down here in the South and on the carnival and bidding the juke joints and stuff, they're really serious about their betting. And so old Joe says to Frank, hey, I got this chicken that'll tear yours up. And the next thing you know, they're fighting one another. And so, not to say that the white community, because they still bust up rings for dog fights, but some of the black folk, they won't have a bunch of dogs. They'll have a couple of dogs. And where if I had my last wife's son raised bulldogs, and he said they weren't for fighting, but he said, who I sell the dogs to, I don't know what they're going to do with the dogs. So he sold some of his bulldogs to folks that he knew were going to fight him. So I was like, Bob, how can you do that when you know that guy is going to do that? And he goes, I'm just in the business of selling bulldogs. And he goes, I can't follow up on every dog I sell. And I was like, yeah, but if you knew ahead of time that he fights dogs and you're going to sell him 2 or 3 out of this litter, well, he was getting like $350 a dog, and that's $350 a dog. So, he sells 3 dogs out of 1 litter for $350. He's made $1,000. And he goes, well, what do I care what they're going to do with them? He just made $1,000. Well, it's kind of hard to, that's sort of philosophy. Well, somebody wants to buy a chicken from you. Hey, Johan, how you doing? So somebody buys a chicken from you, and you know that hen, it's laying egg. It lays eggs. So, but do you sell somebody the chicken knowing that they're going to lay eggs for the person you sell it to? Or are you selling the chicken for them to go home and lop its head up and eat it, or to take that chicken home and to fight it with another chicken. So you sell a chicken or a dog or whatever, and do you know whatever the end result of selling that animal is, for what its purpose or whatever, no. My brother-in-law, he raised them goats. He's like, I said, so do you know where the goats are going? He goes, well, there's these Mexican guys that, that come up, and about every 4 months they come and buy a goat from me. And he says, I know that they're eating them goats. And he said, I can't understand Mexican. He said, but they pay me good for that goat, and they like the way I raise them, and they'll come up and Mr. Brad, run that goat, how much dinero, and so the next thing you know, he's paying for the goat, and they're putting them in the back of the pickup, and off they go, knowing they're going to go somewhere and slit that goat's throat and eat him. But so I said, doesn't that bother you? And he goes, no, I sell, and I don't get attached to the new goats that come out, because I know I'm going to sell them. So where my sister was petting them and naming them and all that, Butch was like, don't do that. I'm going to sell them 2 goats right there. You can name them all you want, but no, I'm selling those 2 goats right there. So, but anyway, in this, that's why I raised chickens for the eggs, but I could not raise chickens to eat. Not me personally. Nah. Even if the chicken quit laying eggs, I'm still not going to eat the chicken. I'll feed it and take the loss. They become my buddies. Now, there've been a couple of hens that have become my, they've become my enemies, and I feed them to the foxes in the neighborhood, but and I have killed chickens, okay? I've killed them and done them and whatever, but no, I just can't do it. I would rather just eat the eggs. And that's over the many years, that's where, that's where I've been. And I don't have any chickens at the moment, but I'm hoping for this spring to have my backyard, my chicken pen cleared up, so I can, because Rob said he'd give me chickens. He's got plenty. So to get me started back again. So that'd be cool. That'd be cool. But anyway, so what do chickens have to do with being nice to people? What about fish? My river has dried up. I have tried to get a pond dug, but that has not worked for me. So I would be raising fish if I had the whereabouts to dig a pond deep enough to grow them. And I'm not dead yet, but I've been wanting to do that for a long time. I need to go over here and fish out of my neighbor's pond to see if they got any fish in their pond. Yeah, treat people like you want to be treated. But the issue off the hook, Oscar Foxes, is that being nice to people. I'm all for helping folks, but it's when them folks expect you to do more. There was this one pup, and I got some money in the bank, not a lot, but I get paid once a month, and I'm very frugal with how I spend my money. But this month my light bill is $136, and so it was like $70 more than I normally pay. So that's got to come out of my check. So that, if I want electricity, I got to pay it. So I did not expect it, but there it is. So it's like, so something's got to give for me to have to pay the extra money, and I'm not bitching or complaining. Well, a little bit of complaint and a tiny bit of bitching, but I got it covered. But when I pay bills here in a couple of days, um, I got to come up with that extra money somewhere. So that extra money, something else has got to is going to take a hit. So can I go to Pizza Hut this month? No, you know, I spent my Pizza Hut money on electricity because of my heater, and I've been having issues with my back, and so. But anyway, it's my deal, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not bitching. But I do have money to cover it. Yeah, buy cigarettes. Yeah, and fortunately, and I'm not supposed to be smoking the damn things anyway, but fortunately, I'm still buying cigarettes that are less than $4 a pack. And fortunately, I'm staying at about a half a pack a day or less. Um, but to the point though, whatever else I might have said, wow, I got a little extra money this month. I don't have any extra money this month because electric bill. So my point about that though, that when you're on a fixed income, you learn how to live within your means. So, that little extra that I might have that I saved this month by not spending money or something, I have a little extra this month to go on next month's bill. So, I got 25 bucks extra this month. So instead of having to come up with the whole 70 bucks extra for my light bill, I only got to come up with 50. Because I got a little extra now. So, but having extra now, somebody says, well, you got a little extra money now, Mr. Dave. You can spare some, not if I have to spend it next month, you know? So just because you got a little extra now, don't mean you can spend it, or don't mean the 70s. Yeah, it was nice today. I cut firewood today, but it was like 68 degrees. It was beautiful. And it's chilly outside, but I'm getting by with the heater, the electric heater. And I didn't have to put a fire over here. It's not quite cold enough for that. But anyway, so people who might, who are observing you, for example, well, I see you got a little extra money this month, you know, and hit me, can I hit you up for, 20 bucks? Well, not really. I got a little extra this month because I've been snipping and saving and holding back and not buying stuff so I can have a little extra money. But you say, well, you got a little extra money. How about me? Well, wait a minute. The reason I got extra money is because I've been saving. So the extra money is for me. Well, isn't that being a little, isn't that being a little selfish? Wait, hang on. I'm saving my money so I can have a little extra money, which you say I got, and now you want some of it. Why should I share some of my extra money because I saved it money? Why should I share it with you? Well, God said to share, and I could use a little extra cash right now. Well, no offense, but so could I. I'm saving up this money so I could have a little extra to like maybe fix my truck. Well, your truck's running okay, ain't it? Yeah, but I still need work done to it. Well, yeah, but I could really use that money right now. Well, for what for? Triumph Tattoo Company. Be selfish, you are earning for yourself. Yep, thank you, and agreed. Now I'm going to flip the switch. So as a shaman in training, and you read Buddha and this and that, and so it's like material goods for myself, what good are they? So I'm saving up money for myself. Well, that's selfish. But it's mine and it's for me, but it's selfish, right? So, but somebody needs it, then, you should give, right? Well, but should you give to the point where it's deleterious to your own well-being? In other words, you got $15 to last you for a week. And you got to eat, feed the dog, get gas for the vehicle, do whatever you got to do, but you only got $15. And you ain't getting paid till Friday. So that's, hey, El Padilla, I can't afford cigarettes and cocaine. Right, so you quit smoking. Yep. But to the point of, so how far do we go to be nice to people? So and I used to literally spend down to my last dime. There were folks staying on the property there for a while, and I had a fish camp going down on the river, and there were folks staying down there. I was feeding everybody, paying for electricity, and helping other folks out, and just generally, and I was not doing well with managing my money. And but at the end of every month, at the last week of the month, I was selling stuff. I didn't have, I spent on my spare change several times. I was literally, looking for ways to sell things and stuff. But so anyway, and I'm not in that situation anymore. I don't have thousands of dollars or anything like that. If I got, if I got $100 extra at the end of the month, I feel very, very lucky, and fortunate. If I got $50 left over at the end of the month, I'm in, and all my bills are paid and I got food and so forth, So, but back then when I was, when other people were draining me, hey, Stuart, how are you? So in my good naturedness, I was literally felt obligated now because of my shaman in training, that I had to give anything and everything to those who need it. But but here's the thing, right? To those who need it. Well, but there were those who need it because they were lazy and didn't want to fucking work. And then there were those who needed help because they couldn't work, or that they had lost their job, or there's something had happened, or, but then the people who just didn't want to work and could work didn't. And then, was like, well, where's my handout? Well, I'm disabled, get money, my social security check. I'm trying to work part-time to help buy food for you to eat, but you're not working and you're not going out to try to get food. You're not helping in that respect. And you expect me to feed your ass. Well, you're the shaman in training. Yeah, but you're 25 years old. I'm 65 years old. Get up off your lazy ass and do something. Hey, Nick. And you know, you got a free place to stay because my place, my place is paid for. So you can camp for free. I ain't gonna charge you nothing. If you use electricity up to a point, I'm gonna, charge you for the use or unplug you. You know, you have free reign of 18 acres, and within reason, you can do what you want. And but so but go look for food, go hunt for food. There's a whole swamp down there. Go do something. And they were like, well, I just, don't know whatever. Yeah, well, but they weren't even trying to put themselves out there to get a job for part-time or whatever. So I finally had to tell some of these folks. I looked at a friend of mine and I said, I love you, but I cannot feed you. I cannot feed you anymore. It's costing everything I got. And I said, at the end of the money, there's nothing there. And I'm stressed all the time because I'm trying to take care of me and you all, and you're just not, I just can't feed you. So your frog is hungry. Yep. I went out on my shield doing battle with right Christian and liberal Jews. Yep, understood, Nick. Yeah, if I get messages in, the frog croaks. That's the sound I chose. So when you hear the frog croak, somebody sent me a message. But anyway, or there's a notice or something. But so how nice do we be to people? So, to flip the switch around from the Christian point of view and certain other sects and so forth, and like the Franciscans, for example. I saw a movie years ago about the early Franciscans, where this mayor was treating this one priest just mercifully bad, and would beat him and hit him and stuff when this priest would come into town, and dog him and just whatever. And so, but every time the priest came to town, he would bring this guy like a bagel, the mayor. And so the mayor would like, oh, your stupid bagels and all of it. But he would always bring him a bagel. And every day he came into town and he fed all the other, he would always bring this, this city official a bagel. And after a while, it was go away, get away. And so the priest was always smiling to him and always trying to be S.D. Montfort. Yeah, how you doing? Good to see you. The drain you dry. Yep, some of the family will absolutely do it. My brother did it for a while. He left a trailer and a bunch of mess still in my yard, and just went to Florida and just has never been back up here, and literally left me with piles of shit in my yard up there, that I still had, have had to try to deal with, um, you know, damn some family, Um, but so after a while, now it wasn't like a couple of days, but after several months of this, Franciscan monk, um, always being kind to this butthole of a mayor who treated other people badly too, and kicked the dog, and and stepped on the cat, and and just Yeah, sounds familiar. You're right off the hook. Test is when you're down, which one of them help? And a lot of times, none of them. In my case, you know, I have depended upon extended family and friends versus family, and that really is and that that's sad that you know that family. I mean, I've got brothers and sisters up north, and I've tried to get in touch with some of them and stay in touch with them, and it's really hard for them to some of them folks to even come up with a damn text. Now I can text them and they'll answer me, but to get a text from them prompted by they just want to say hi to me, crickets. Where's that frog sound? Yep, I just said crickets. Yep. So now you know who gets extra. Yeah. But with that said though, does that mean that you should be mean? Well, my I'm gonna pick on ain't saying no names, but I got a brother, you know, I can text him and he'll text me back. Lovely man, you know. But but my expectations of him, if I'm waiting on him to text me first, I'll be dead. you know. And I'm not trying to be rude. It's just that he don't do first things first. He'll answer, he's pleasant, nice to have a conversation with, but he ain't calling me on the phone. I can call him, but he ain't gonna call me first. It's just who he is. And busy every day. I see you're looking well, thank you. I'm trying my best to look good. Ain't comb my hair today, but I did cut some firewood today. Why the moron cut his toilet in half? Yeah, being nice without being a floor man. That's a good way to put it. But see, there are people who might need 2 or 3 weeks of your help, right? He's a half ass. Um, but there are those of us who like a friend of mine, was moving into wanted to move into town. And I said, look, I can, if you're willing to camp, which I knew he was, I said, right, John Stone, that's right. So I said, you can shower in the house and we can share meals in the kitchen. And I said, my upstairs is a mess and I'm sleeping downstairs. And I said, you know, if you want, you can stay up there in the loft or over here, you know, or I got a really nice tent. It's a really nice tent. And I said, you can set up out there and have your own privacy. I said, we can run you electricity. You can watch what you want to. And, you can come in here and we'll watch a movie. We can eat together, whatever, but you can have your own privacy. And he was like, okay. So, and that's what happened. So for about a month, he stayed with me, but he'd knock on the door, hey, Hawkeye, I'm coming in, and treated me with respect. And I didn't mind helping him extra, you know, because I was like, yeah, come on and see. Well, I mean, he didn't know how much money I had, but, I was spending extra, but it was my choice, and he was working, got a job, did his thing, and at the appointed time, he moved out. It took him longer to save up enough money because rent's so high and shit these days. But he found a place and everything and was groovy. But and those kinds of folks, you just don't mind helping at all. Olivia and Stuart is your dad's name, right? Hey, Slither, what up with you? Back at you. But to the point though, now that's on an individual basis and with people we know between us and family members and friends of folks and stuff, and we, you know, I say we see only do so much for people, right? But we're coming up on a 20. So we see what we can do, but see now, I want to carry this on after an hour and a half, carry it on to the world population. You see folks want to give money to the Ukraine. Well, that's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to put down, but they want to give money to the Ukraine when there are homeless folks in their neighborhood. Just saying, you know. Well, we got to help them folks in Ukraine. Okay. But then you would poo poo and pee pee if you could, and the homeless folks in your community, you know. So wait a minute, hang on. So but you feel guilty, as a lot of us do, because I don't have much, but some of them, I don't have bombs, being dropped on me. Oh, but by the way, a couple of days ago, there was a jet that came over the house, and I mean right over the house. I mean right over the house. That son of a gun was flying so low you could feel the afterburner. I mean, he was barely off the ground. It was boom, and we didn't hear him. A friend of mine was sitting here in a chair, and we were like, "What the hell was?" And no, and flew over. Just that was weird. But anyway, Moody Air Force Base is due east of my position, but I mean, they've flown over the house, but they've been, a couple of 1,000 feet up. This this guy wasn't 200 feet up over us. He was flying low and hauling ass. But anyway, for whatever that was, that's just really strange behavior. I guess is sort of what I'm, yeah, we are so in debt. Yeah, but you know what? Me and you ain't in debt. They are. Um, you do know none of that money is going to the Ukraine, right? Not to the people. Nope. There was there was something about, they were sending care packages to folks that you could spend so much money and buy a box of stuff and they would deliver it to folks over there who need it. Um, I'm all for helping folks out. I don't want to see anybody starve. I swear to goodness. But there are some folks who are, look, I used to weigh 250 pounds. So I can make this statement. I have known some folks who are 250 pounds who, you want to give them something. So, like, I eat one meal a day, and it's not a big meal, but I have little snacks during the day. Now, I used to weigh 250 pounds. I'm 185 ish right now, and I gained some weight. I'm retaining water. Damn it, I still haven't taken my heart pills. But so um, but so I'm helping these folks, and they're like, wait a minute, I require 3 full meals a day. And I'm like, hang on, I can only afford myself to eat 1 meal a day. So I can afford to feed you 1 meal a day along with me. We're going to share a meal. And these people are like, no, can you not see how big I am? Yeah, you're 250 pounds plus, and you should be 150 at least. You're 100 pounds overweight. So, but now you say, I'm trying to feed you and keep you alive, but you insist that I feed you 3 meals a day, not the one meal that I can afford. But I need 3 meals a day, but I can only afford to give you 1 meal a day. And so it's like, bitch, complain and jump up and down and blah, 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 and it's like, then the hell with you. I'm not feeding you at all. If you can't accept what I have to give you, screw it. You think I can barely do the 1 meal a day for myself, but I'm going to stretch it for both of us, but that's still not good enough. So there are times when you are helping people, but it just ain't enough. And they expect more. So, and then they try to guilt you into feeling bad so that, oh, it's the 20 mark. And it's like, and I used to feel guilty, not anymore. Here's 1 meal. Here's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You can eat it or not. Give it to the dog. You can feed it to the ants. But I'm offering you this peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I want to share a meal with you so that you will have something to eat. May not be the best, it may not be what you like, but here is something to eat. I remember the day when I was so grateful. I'd have like licked your boots. I would polish your boots for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, And so, but there are so many people. Hey, Esty, there has to be a bigger, better needing help out there who are happy to help. Yeah, I've helped a few veterans in my day, and my place is still open. And I've told people, listen, if you know a vet that is, especially one that's been in the Army or a Marine or somebody like that, Air Force, they can still come, but they don't have the same types of issues, and Navy folks don't have the same type of issues. Similar, but a Marine or Army who's been literally on the ground will appreciate living in a tent on the ground here, where somebody in the Air Force, not so much. They've lived in barracks and different places, not so much on the ground. So, but anybody's still welcome here. I still got the sign at the top of the driveway. But it's to the people, though, what do you expect? I expect to, give you a place to stay. It be in a tent, or you can help me fix that little trailer up again, and you can stay there. And like I said, you can have the run of the place. There's electricity, there's water. It's not like, now, if you want to take a dump, you have to come in the house or go use the outdoor facility someplace. But you got plenty of room to do it. Like I can give you a bucket and a seat, and like you're camping, and make you as comfortable there. So you don't have to lean up against a tree and get ticks or whatever, or tickers. You can do your business in relative comfort. um, you know so it's not like it's horrible. How do I feel gratitude? I am hating everything. The world is gross. A lot of it is. I agree. That's sort of my reason for this conversation. Down here in South Georgia, we get along more than other places do. And I'm glad of that. But still, and I think it's because we respect each other enough that, you know, my next door neighbors, if they needed help, would ask, but they wouldn't overdo it. And I think it's because most of us feel that. Man, I could use some help, but I hate to ask you got $5, you know, well, you really need 20. But it's hard to ask. But the folks who know you go, Dave, you need $5. What's up? Well, you know, and so some of them, if I were to ask a friend if they had $5, I would figure that they actually had $5 to give me, until payday. I got relatives in North Carolina, but Air Force camp just like a MASH unit. Yeah. Um, yeah, Southern hospitality is a real thing, and folks that I've known up in North Carolina too. My nephew's up there, living now. But I've known some other folks from up there over the years when I used to travel doing, puppet shows and stuff. But it's the other side of the coin, to be respectful, to be a true Southerner. That you say, well, I could use $5, and then the person who would know me would say, well, Dave, if you need $5, you could probably use $10. Well, I could use $10, but I didn't really want to ask you, because I feel badly that am asking you for $5 now. So, but in this understanding with peoples, so I could use $50. Hell, I could use $1,000, but $5 will get me $3 in the gas tank and enough to go buy me something to eat, so I can get home and back to town on $3 worth of gas, and I can get a belly full of something for one meal I can eat. So I'm good for the short term. But if you got $10, well, then I'm going to buy some milk and take to the house with me, and I'm going to have something for breakfast, So, but 10 bucks is better than 5. Well, hell yeah. But at the same time, if you're the person, that grace is being given to you, then from one human being to another, you should be gracious back. I've had some folks, that borrowed money from me. And I mean, like $200 worth of borrow. And I said, well, I know you're not in any shape to pay me back. And I said, but what I do need is somebody to come help me at least one day a week for like a month, So I give you $50 a day, come help me. So 4 days at $50 is $200. Now I can't really afford the $200. And I can't really afford to pay $50, but in this day and age, okay. But I do need the help. So I'm willing to help you out. And if this is an agreeable, thing, and that's what we arrived at. So being paid back with time, how do you pay me back? Well, they, don't have a job. They're retired like me. They need extra money for what, a bill that's come up and it's not in their budget, and shit happens and I get it. So, in that areas, but can I actually afford it? Not really. No, I could really use that $200 myself, but to help out somebody that I've known for, 25 or 30 years or more, knowing that they really need help and that they're not going to get it from anywhere else, most likely. So, do you help in that respect? And I did. I stepped up to the plate, and a person is, coming tomorrow to, to help pay me back. And, they were like really upset. They said, well, you know, I want to come, so many days in a row. And I said, I don't care what day you come. It's that you owe me 4 days. When those days are between me and you, don't care. They feel obligated because they want to come and pay me back those days. Now, not everybody's like that. There are some folks that once they got that money and they come and work one day, then they feel like, that, and then they just don't come back or call you. So I just tell people his honor never dies. Yeah. Jason, how you doing? I guess it depends on the situation though, right? Yes. And it depends on the person or persons, you know? And so one of the things that I keep praying for, buddy, and girls and everybody, is that folks in the old days they had honor. They had honor, and they were honorable people. If I borrowed $5 from somebody, I couldn't wait to pay him back. And then there are those folks who will borrow $5 from you and just forget about it. That's that. Well, you borrowed $5 from me. Yeah, I figured you didn't really need that $5. And they just literally slough you off to the side. And that's just like, so, but we got them kind of people in this world, right? Beans on toast with two eggs. Wow. Refried beans? Sometimes tough love is more important than a loan. Yes, I agree. And there's been a couple of times where somebody needs $20 and I've got $20, but I won't give them but 5. Pintos. So in my conversation about, so what about the rest of the world? We're sending them arms and we're sending them bombs and we're sending them whatever we're sending them, and sending them money and billions of dollars. So there are those within our government who would shame us, literally, shame on you. We need to send $4 billion more to the Ukraine. Shame on you for not agreeing with us. No offense, but $4 billion is a crap load of money. You can't send them a couple million to like tide them over or something. It's got to be that much. So, we can't question it, the amount or how it's going to go or anything like that, because they want to shame us into feeling guilty. Well, we have to be nice to the people around the world. We're America. We're America. Screw the government, power to the people. Yeah, unfortunately, us people don't have any power. Unfortunately, it'd be nice, but some hook jokes on them. I'm broke ass. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Emily. Jesus loves you too, I hope. But so with, helping other people, we can help each other. And, there's a homeless man down the street, we feed him. Or we, like I was talking about earlier, you if you don't give the person the $20, you drop it in the parking lot so they can find it. You make sure that they get it somehow, or go buy them some food if you think that giving them money is like so go buy them some hamburgers or something like that, or show them that you do care, and that you care about their well-being, but that we are not there for the handout, but we are there because we have pity on you and we don't want to see you starve. That's the truth, because I've known many of us down there in Thomasville with this one particular black man that, we always made sure between us in the downtown community that, he had something to eat. Hey, Emmett, how are you? So, I still want to do good for people. But what do we do for people in Palestine and them folks over yonder? And we starving them people? Are we helping them out? And I keep saying, quit sending them bombs. If you quit sending them ammunition, they're going to run out of bullets sooner or later, and then they can go hit each other with their fists or with knives or something, but at least they'll quit bombing each other. And, in the fact that they stop bombing one another, innocents will then be less likely to die. If you quit sending them rockets and mortar shells and shit, stop sending them stuff. So whoever it is, and most of it's coming from the United States. So how do we fix things? Well, we'd be nice to our neighbors. And when they say, hey, we need more bombs, we have to bring out that tough love and go, I'm sorry. If you want to throw something at your neighbor, you're going to have to build a catapult and use rocks, because we're not sending you any more missiles. Sorry. You can, redo your own bullets. You can redo a lot of stuff on your own, but we're just not sending you any more bullets or rockets or anything. You're on your own, and that means both sides. Thank you. Reloaded. Yeah, my brother used to reload too, and I know lots of folks that reload, have the whole little setup, and it's cost effective too, and you can shoot all you want to, and you can change how much your charge is. So if you're just target practicing, you don't have to have a full load of gunpowder. You can have less in it if you're just target practicing, where if you do a full load, if you're going to go hunting. But anyway, I digress. But so in this thing, so we give them money. Well, okay, let us send. Emily asked me, I'm assuming you're asking me, am I afraid of death? Not anymore. I was horrified and terrified of death until this last year, when I had my back operated on twice and I had a heart attack. I would rather not die, but I'm not scared of it in the least, not anymore. Why do you ask, Emily? Just out of curiosity. I'll tell you. Yeah, thank you, Chloe. Uh, I used to have several fears about death. So ask me a question if you want. And having had back surgery last March, almost a year ago now, they cut me open, like this much on my back, and did surgery. And it all went well, except I developed a hematoma. And 7 days later, they had to open me back up. and clean me out. Huh, Dipto? And but here's the thing: in doing that and being put under that deeply for an operation, and thousands of people, if not millions of people, are being operated on every day, and so many of these people, you're brought right down, your blood pressure and everything. It's brought right down to where you're this far away from being dead. And they monitor your blood and everything, and your breathing and so far. So hey, Jacqueline, how are you? Sorrento? That's an interesting last name, if that's your last name. Not picking on you, I'm just curious. I did some evocation in that direction. He answered, but be careful if you ask for signs. They can be over the top and blow your mind. I would agree with that. Opti Hook says we die every night when we go to sleep. Guys, Lynch sing what? Sip, sip. No offense, no idea what that means. Yeah, death is a common fear, and there are some folks who just don't really give a shit. When I think about all the drugs that I took and how many times I should have overdosed, the amount of times I made it home after having so much alcohol, I literally had alcohol poisoning, and no, I just the fact that I made it this far is a blessing to me. But I was close to death in a lot of times along the way, in just getting here to 71. But being put under and going under the knife, I wasn't scared of the operation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have volunteered for it. But when they put you under that deeply, you're dead. In all intents and purposes, you're dead. Your brain, your breathing, you are this close. It only takes a hiccup and you're dead. So, having had been there twice for my back surgery, I was like, now, having personally, having been put that close to death, I just, after the second one, I was like, there was just this sense of feeling that I was like, I just ain't scared of this death thing anymore. Well, that was in March of last year. And then in August, yeah, when I had the heart issue thing and I had to go into the hospital in the emergency room right away, and they did the heart cath, my wrist still hurts. They went in twice in the same day, and which means they put you right down close to the edge of death for these procedures. And so when you go down that low and then come back out of it, for me, there's something about it like I just died again. I mean, my consciousness, my everything was, I flatlined. And so it's an interesting to come back out of it and go. One of the things was um, I didn't have any sensation while I was under, and I have in the past with other operations on my neck where I could see me being operated on. Nothing like that occurred this time. So for me, looking at this, I'm like, I've had these previous experiences, sort of an experiment for me, of like Y'all gonna put me under so deeply that I'm almost dead. Can I remember anything? Did anything happen while I was there? Um, did I have a near death experience from it? What, did I see anything on the other side? Did I even think that there was another side? So any of the above during these situations where they take your consciousness and your body and your breathing and everything and bring it to that almost dead point of view. And you only live once, so do so much. Yeah, absolutely. And at 71, what did I learn this last year? I learned that all the pain and suffering, which was a crap load, that take every single minute that you got. Now, I know that most of you are younger than me, and that's a good thing, but don't abuse it, but have fun with life. People say, well, I got to go to work, and oh, I have to work every single day. Yeah, okay. Try to pick something that's fun. Try to pick something that you like. And if you don't have something that you like, then accept that you have work, accept that hopefully, even though you might not like it, that you can make it respectable because you are an honorable person. So you could be shoveling shit and you could still make it honorable. And to everything, turn. But, as long as you're making something and doing something, hopefully you're not a slave, but, you know, um, make peace with the universe. I have shoveled shit, so, you know, make it honorable. The horses appreciated when I shoveled the shit out of their stalls because they didn't have to step in it and sleep in it. Plus, I got $10 an hour to do it back then. So I look like I'm 66. Thank you. I'm 71, working on 72. So am I drunk? No. I don't drink alcohol, but I am smoking my pipe. I don't know who that is. That I was just going to ask from what country, and I was going to say is Chinese or Korean, and you said Korean. Whoo, I was going to say Chinese. Stop smoking. Yep, I know. And I got heart condition, but I've been smoking since I was 14 years old, 13 actually. And it's a difficult thing to give up. You're a kid? I'm 71 and I'm a kid. Never give in. I was talking about it tonight with my buddy Rob. I said, um, um, I got my you've heard me talk about my canoe before, but now that I've got this new, um, outboard motor, I'm ready for some adventure. And as soon as I get my, the canoe registered with the state so I can put a motor on it, me and Duggar we got some adventures planned and I can't wait. And some people say, well, you're 71 years old. Yeah. And you just bought a new outboard. Yeah. It's a small one. And you're going to put it on your canoe. Yeah. And then what are you going to do? We're going to go camping. We're going to go boating. We're going to go fishing. Sherba, I'm 71. Yeah. And Duggar is my dog. A good dog too. One of the best. But so, but they're like, but you're old. And I'm like, yeah, so, but you're only as old as you feel. Well, I'm with all these back surgeries and them going through my arm and everything. I feel kind of old at times. I went out and cut firewood today with my chainsaw, and carried wood home. And of course, I used my John Deere tractor and my little trailer to bring it home, but I didn't carry it back from the other side. But so I'm still trying to be active, and why wouldn't I want to go camping? I've had a lot of trouble this last year, and I got my heart medicine, and Duggar's going to go with me, and why not? I can't paddle like I used to, but why not still go on adventures? After all these years, don't I deserve a little outboard motor to go on my canoe so I can just go brrrr, and I can still paddle when I want to? It's not like I'm giving up or giving in to paddling. I just want to go more places. And this gives me the opportunity. So regardless of how old I am, um, you know, good night, Hook. Blessings to you and the hubbies. Make sure you spread that around. Um, Never mind. But so folks look at me a little cross-eyed and crazy and like, well, why would you want to do this? And I'm like, why not? You know, if I had the money and if I Connor the King, oh, I have plenty of camping gear already, Connor. I got, I have over the years, I have collected, because one of the things I wanted to do in my old age, and I'm still open for it. I keep asking people to come down here and go camping with me and go boating. Um, Barry's out of here. Yep, yep. But I wanted when I retired, and I've got 3 kayaks and a canoe and a bass boat. Um, that's right, Emily, and I'm trying to prove it by going on adventures on the river and stuff. Yeah. Good night, Barry. um, we know who's in the Super Bowl, don't we, Barry? Anyway, he's the Kansas City Chiefs uh, guy. That's good, man. I do camping too in the summer. Well, seeing down here in South Georgia, now's the time to go camping. Now is the time. Well, I mean, it got down to 20, 22 degrees the other morning. That was a little chilly, but like tonight, the lows in the mid 40s. So it's nice, to sit by the campfire, and crawl in your sleeping bag and have a good night's sleep. And it's not too cold. Oh, it's lovely. There's no bugs, and just so this is the time to go camping down here. uh, you know, and last week it was like 75 degrees in the daytime. It was sunny, beautiful. You thought it was springtime, and the plants think it's springtime too. But I got my camping gear. I've got, I've collected, camping gear over the years. And since I've been a camping person for almost all my life now, it's easy, and I can take a tarp and a blanket and go camping. You know, yeah, with a campfire. Yeah, down here and down here in the swamp, there's places on the river that very few people ever go because there's too many logs in the river, and when the river goes down, you can't get through with the boat motor. And that's why I got canoes and kayaks. I can scoot right over the top of them. But there's some places down on the river that are just absolutely gorgeous to go camping, and it doesn't cost a dime but to go there. Yeah, no bugs right now. That's the big deal because we got skeeters that'll carry you off. you know, that, I said one time, Duggar and I had got out of the canoe one time to for both of us needed to take a whiz. And we'd gotten out of this one place and started up the hill. And there wasn't too many skeeters right down at the water's edge. But as we went up the hill and got up, it's fairly steep. You had to walk up an incline like this, about 40, 50 feet. And then there was a plateau and leveled out and nice open clearing and a beautiful spot. Big pine trees all around, no houses or anything anywhere nearby within, a mile of where we were. And, so nothing. But as we got up there to that clearing, the bugs damn near dug her off. The poor dog, he was like fighting for his life just to stay on the ground. They were trying to carry him off, And I was like, man, he was like, come on, we got to get back in the kayak. Where normally he likes to run around and sniff. He was ready to get back in the kayak, like, come on, let's go, Dad. Get back in the boat now. Been camp in Pennsylvania once. Yeah, I've not been to Pennsylvania. That's one state that I've been close to, but not been to. So, Miss Olivia, how is your pops doing? Is he maintaining? I've thought about you several times today and was hoping that, things were leveling out. I hope that's true. Yeah, ST, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, but it's good for you to. It's good to see you pop in and say hi. I mean that. I'm so lucky to have you all as my subscribers, and when you all pop in and say hi, Emily Hawkeye is a shaman. So when it goes on live, he is sharing his women. Oh, you explaining to the greenhorns. Oh, you're welcome, F Kitty. Oh, you're always welcome. And, if you got a subject or questions, I'm pretty much an open book. I've talked about all kinds of stuff, right, Chloe? And I try to have a theme, when I come on for me to just give me something to focus on. But at the same time, it's, I find it important, so how much do we share with the world? How much blessings back at you, sweetie. So, so the aliens are coming. The aliens are coming. So how much do we share with them? Are they a bunch of freeloaders? But let's think about it this way. All right. Hey, Grammy Rita. How you doing? Yeah, where's Katniss? Yeah. But what if, just what if, there are aliens flying around out there right now, looking down at us earthlings, and they go, I wonder how far we can go with these folks. What? Yeah, they're thinking the same thing I'm thinking on some things. Like, how nice. So these are the ET. They're up there going, how nice should we be to these earthlings? They have war with each other. They fight over breakfast cereals. They, some people have to have their bacon in the mornings. And and then they make this bacon that is supposed to be, but anyway, they grow bacon out of a test tube. Well, why not just grow the hog? But anyway, ooh, that'd be cruel, but you're going to grow bacon in a test tube. Okay, petri dish. There you go. So, but anyway, so aliens flying around the earth, looking down at us, going, I wonder how nice we can be. Yep, that's right, Chloe. Silly humans. Most of them ain't got, enough sense that God gave a squirrel, and it's like, seriously? Yeah. Um, so the aliens are going, I don't know about these folk, you know. Should we give them a should we give them the time of day? Because the time of day is expensive. We're ET and we got these expensive spaceships and we're flying around and hovering around, and every once in a while we crash on that godforsaken planet down there, and then they want to shoot us and 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 give us diseases and how much can we trust them stupid humans? Emily, you talking to me? This jacket here? That's really nice, actually. I'm not sure where I got it from, but old timer stories. Yeah, I used to go sit on the bench and listen to the old timers myself. Yeah, let them try some shrooms. I used to be able to help them in that manner, but they don't have any shrooms growing around here like they used to. Oh, but back in the day, pounds and pounds and pounds of shrooms. I would trade them in for weed. you know, couldn't get weed, but I could get shrooms. But so anyway, so ET's listening in, right? I mean, they got an AM, FM radio, and they're tuning into some of our craziness, and you know, um, but so here's the thing: how much should we take from ET? Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, we're down here, and ET says, we've got a thing called a replicator. And we go, no shit. You got a replicator? Yeah, we got replicators, man. And, but we got some that are like 3D printers, like y'all got. And then we got these that you can make you could make a motorcycle with. And then we got some replicators that, you could make a 747 with. No shit. Yeah, we got as a nation, as human beings, we go, well, this is a joke that I'm telling you, you know. So humankind says, well, that little one, that is easy to put in the garage and we could duplicate them and everything. No, we want that big son bitch over there that'll make airplanes. So ET's going like, well, we got a bunch of these little ones. You can like pass them around and help people out. Yeah, no, we want the big son bitch over there. We want to make some 747s. Yeah, but making 747s ain't really going to help the population out. If you take some of these little replicators, you can make parts to make more replicators that could help more. So wouldn't it be cool if you took some of it? Nah, we want that big son bitch over there. But what are you going to do with it? Well, we're going to make 747s. Well, don't you have enough 747s? Yeah, but we want that big one because it'd be nice to make some more. And then we could put a bunch of people out of work because then they won't have to build them. We could just replicate them. Yeah, well, what about the little replicators? That could help people that they could make heart valves and they could make, just they could make false teeth for people. They could build stuff. They could, repair bones. But you want the big one? Yeah. You know why? Because human beings are greedy. In general, human beings are greedy. So ET's up there going, you know what? We want to be nice to these folk, but how nice should we be? Just like I'm posing the question, how nice should we be? So it depends on the situation, right? It depends on the situation. They are a mind time warp. If you watch a few minutes, you get sucked in and wonder what happened. Total hypnotism. What? Punched him in the forehead. TV watching is probably going to be 10. It's a good while. But anyway, so anyway, with what's going on. So does ET folk, now I know there's some bad ones out there, but so they want to come down and help us. That's what some of the stories are. And they've got replicators and they've got med beds and things, and they've got processes and energy sources, and they got all kinds of stuff, supposedly. Well, just look at some of these spaceships flying around. They got something going on, right? So, but from an alien standpoint, let's look at it from a human standpoint. How much would we share with them if they were the underdogs? If they were just flying by planet Earth and it had run out of shit and had landed here and said, guys, our spaceship is like a 54 Ford, and we've lost the shock and the rear spring is bent and we're about to lose our load and our tires worn, and we could really use some help here, because we're fixing to cross vast distances of space. And so we say, well, we can help you out here. We got some used tires that one of them might fit, and we could help you out with maybe a new leaf spring or something like that, to help you crunch along. I'm thinking of the old trucks that I've worked on back in the day, and my old truck that I worked on, I had a 51 Chevrolet pickup truck. But so why did they make animals that bite? Because all animals have to eat, just like us. So do aliens say, well, I don't know whether or not we should teach them dumb humans anything. Way back in the day when they were more primitive, we showed them how to make fire and stuff. But, now we're talking about spaceships and shit. What should we share with them? Or should we share anything at all? Valid, right? Yeah, animals were made to bite. Well, we were made to bite simultaneously. Animals bite and snap to make sure that we understand our place. Yeah, I can't bite you, but I can gum you to death because I ain't got no teeth. Well, Miss Emily, we thank you for stopping by and hope you have a good night or morning, as the case may be. You're a bug, Miss Johnston. And thank you, my friends in the chat room. You all are so polite. Thank you. But so, I would, in thinking about over the years, how many folks have, how they've talked about how aliens going to come down here and teach us all these things and all this stuff, you know. And I gotta say that I think my some of my connections have an alien connection in this higher thinking thing and connection with, you know, with my spirit guides. I can't prove it and don't want to make a big deal out of it, but it just seems like the information that they give me sometimes is kind of right on um, with some of the ET stuff. Just saying myself. Yeah, we're all aliens. But, and I was told, you know, that I'm Palladian and I have Palladian characteristics. And it's like, okay, you know, but as I've said before, I try not to make it, I don't make it a big deal. I've mentioned it a few times in my, you know, in passing during my, like a video right now, and in passing, I'm mentioning this. But so, yeah, we're all related to, you know, ET in some way, shape, or form, I believe. And so, you know, our rep, some of our, and here's where I'm going with this. Some of these folks are our relatives. Okay. I mean, we've shared DNA. I mean, you know, the Dogon tribe and other folks, they believe that they come from the Dog Star Sirius. You know, hey, Foxclaw, how you doing? Is that Ravon? Not Raven? The way it's spelled, I would pronounce it Ravon. But hello, how are you? Um, so some of these ETs are our relatives, you know, and they can prove it with DNA or whatever, you know, and say you know, we came here all them years ago and dropped some of y'all off, and you decided to stay, and you're our relatives, and yes, we come from over there, you know, and we left signs with you people. And you know, so yeah, oh yeah, the Dogon, they still say, yeah, we come from there. Our ancestors came from right up there. So, and we believe it. Why shouldn't we? Our ancestors told us so, right? So, but for the rest of us, is like, what? My ain't got no damn ancestor said I was from outer space. I ain't no damn alien, you know, no. So, you know, but for me, it's like, so I might be from Pleiades. Okay. You know, I might be from, you know, Orion. Okay. You know, yeah, I haven't heard from him in at least a year now, Scotty boy. And I know, I think during one of my visits in the hospital, he was around. And I was actually, I was thinking about him. Was it today? Today's Monday, Tuesday, Monday. I guess it was Saturday. I was like, I wonder where Castle's at. But anyway, there was some weirdness going on, and I had talked to him on the telephone and about some things, and it was shortly after we talked on the phone, and I just listened. There, I had a couple of comments, but I just listened mostly. And after about an hour, I was like, well, gotta go. And that was the last I pretty much heard from him. And, but so anyway, laundry calls, what does it call you? So, but ET's up there. We got 5 minutes for a 20. ET's up there watching us. what do we say to ET? You know, there are most of us who would say, come on down. Uh, I, we would greatly accept anything that you wanted to share or give us. I would say, give us the information. And if you give us the information on how to build a replicator, then me and my friends, you know, between us, we can build one or build something like it, you know. Um, and we'll build it and make plans and pass them around and put it on. We'll do a YouTube video, and anybody that watches it, they can build their own. They can build their own power plant. They can build their own replicator. They can build whatever it is. You show a couple of us how to do it, and we'll pass it around. You don't have to do it for us. First couple, you know, show us how to do this, give us an idea, and you do it like this. And then we go, oh, that's not so bad. Well, now I can show my neighbor friend, because we both are redneck, you know, engineers. We can build this stuff. And so, and we can share it. But now, if you just tell the bigwigs, we have this technology, and they say, well, what you going to give us? And how many are you going to give us? You know, we want 50 of these delivered by Thursday, you know. Hey, Potty, how are you? Blessings to you. So, but so ET says, well, wait a minute. You know, nobody said we was going to give you anything. Now, to us poor folk engineers, there are do-it-yourselfers, Olivia, how is your dad doing? I asked you, but I don't know if you answered. Isn't it that he has cancer? I know I've thought about him several times, and I don't even know him, but you know, I was sending prayers. Oh, Chloe, do you get where Olivia's coming from? Gray Albanese. Albanese and X. Oh, yeah, it is. We got 2 minutes before a puff pass. Thank you so much for reminding me. Yeah, we got some good folks in we got some good folks in our group that send prayers. And you know, I love to send prayers, you know, to help each other. And so hoping that prayers get around to all y'all. Plus medication time. There you go. No, I did not. Thank you, F. Kitty. And no, I did not. No, Geraldine, I have not. No. And I'm going to do this right here and we will wait. No, I have not. Elizabeth, how are you? Oh, we got another Aussie one, huh? Take my damn pills. Oh, actually, you said darn. Yeah, but I looked over there several times, and I took my earlier ones earlier, you know, and I was like, no, I had a friend of mine who was here, and uh, and I literally had to throw him out of the house. Uh, and I looked at my pills that he was talking, and I was trying to remember, and it's really not that hard to do to take my pills, but I line them up one at a time, and I take this one, and I put the bottles back on the table, so I make sure I get each one right. That's my only thing, is that I get each one of them, and you know, and so I threw him out, and I said, "Well, I'll take those." Then I was like, "Well, yeah, good night, Connor," and so. Then I was like, well, I want to do this live stream and I want to get on, and what I'll take them when I get on. And well, here we are 2.5 hours later, and I still haven't taken my pills, but I'm coming up. y'all are a trip. Yeah, I take them twice a day. So anytime that's 12 hours apart from each other, I'm good with, twice a day. So there's not a strict time or whatever on most of these. So I'm lucky in that respect. Yeah, Scotty boy, was you in on the video I did last week or so about the ranolazine? Yeah, it was last week. Let me tell you what. I'm 67. Happy birthday to you, Elizabeth. 35 what? Oh, that went by quick. I'm 71. So good to you, 67. God bless you. And I mean it. That would make you the same age as my sister. And her birthday's in February too, by the way. So that would make it close. So yeah, here's my isosorbide. I take these 1 times 2. They're not a very big pill. This is one at bedtime, and it's atorvastatin, and it's for cholesterol, which I don't seem to have because I don't eat greasy foods or whatever, but they got me on it. One at bedtime. So this is Entresto, and it's 1 times 2 every day. These are sort of long and thin. Such a young be without Mama Olivia. Yes, very sorry, Miss Olivia. This is Metropol. You take Entresto. This Metropol is what controls my AFib. And this is what got me in trouble this last August when I ran out of these. And my heart rate was 185, and they put me in the hospital immediately. And I passed out and did a bunch of stuff. And you must take that Metropol. This is Tamsulosin, and this is sort of for my prostate. Sort of, it helps men with prostate issues. and older gents like me. This is gabapentin, and it's for my pain and with my back and neuromuscular. So I got a handful of pills now in my hand, here. And I got, let's see, I should have one more. Yeah, this is Duxutate, Sate. And it's for, because of the pills these other pills that I'm taking, I take this pill so that I poop right. It makes my stool soft, So this is my daily regimen, and I've got my morning pills that I take once a day, and then I've got these pills that I take 1 times 2. So there are 4 pills that I take twice a day, and then there are a bunch of these other ones that I only take once a day. But so to keep me from dying, where's Myrtle at? Not Myrtle. Anyway, here's my thing. I take these so I don't die. I take them so I don't die as quick or as soon. Because man, when I ran out of that Metropol and went to the hospital, I do not want to go through that shit again. So when I went to the doctor last week, my heart rate was good. My BP was a little high. My EKG was good. And I'm glad I'm still here. I'm glad I'm still breathing. I'm glad I can, have, have conversations with you, and looking forward to adventures. So I still want to put this out to y'all. Anybody that wants to come here down here to South Georgia and go fishing, go kayaking, camping, etc. Hey, from Brazil, how are you? Cara de cap capacete comenta, as in a comment. How are you from Brazil? Honest to goodness. Certain music will pop up. That's interesting. How is it in Brazil? We Americans up here hear that it's horrible down there and have not talked to anybody from Brazil to be able to say, hey, how is it down there? It's not too bad in South Georgia at the moment. Able to reach a place of inner comfort so you won't need or feel you want to drink. I know it's hard, but Liz, if you want to still make mom proud, yeah. Olivia, I have. Oh, you're talking to Chloe, but my answer is the same. At times, yes. Google translation. A guy in a helmet comments. I'm in tropical North Queensland, Australia, just off the Great Barrier Reef. Oh, you're on the tropical North. Yeah, tropical. So, yeah, Elizabeth. There are a lot like it's jungle, but there are a lot of monkeys or different there are a lot of tropical type critters there. I know that sounds stupid, doesn't it? But there's so many of us. We see pictures from different places, but you know, the a lot of us say the outback and everything's just desert. So when you say tropical, does that mean it's like tropical was like lots of tropical plants and the tropical type of critters that live there? I know y'all got some really bad and nasty snakes there. I was just wondering, they have never been able to figure out. I can sometimes get it under 105. 105 what? Beats per minute as a pulse rate? My pulse is usually like 60. It's like really low. Figure out a BPM, yeah. Yeah, and I know a lot of people that theirs is up way high, and mine's always been 60, 65. It here when I come out of the hospital the last time, it was 55 and like steady 55. Um, I remember using Sears catalogs. Uh, um, X, do you mean Sears catalogs for toilet paper? I'm that old. Sometimes don't understand things. Everything has got how it must be. We have a lot of rock wallabies. Oh, you live on an island. Wow, that's interesting. So you don't live on the mainland of Australia then, eh? Yeah, paper cuts. Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you're magnetic island, interesting. We choose our life experiences before we get here. Yeah, and by the way, Chloe, Edgar Casey said that. Fayed, what time is it here where I'm at? It's 3:33 a.m. on the eastern coast of the United States of America. um, Life is given, but you can always make it harder. Oh yeah, Brenish, Mango, hi, how are you? It's good to see you all this morning. Well, it's morning time here. F Kitty, time to grow some mullein. F Kitty, get this. I've had mullein grow several times in my yard out here. Went to Ohio a couple of years ago with my sister, and on the way up and on the way back, I collected mullein. The reef is still dying, but who said that is just a course of nature? Yep. Um, so this year, it's been almost a month now, right after Christmas. I go out in the yard, right, and the cats are out there, and there we got a resident possum that comes up and eats out of the cat's bowl, and Duggar chases him around, and blah blah blah. Anyway, so go out in the yard, and I look down, and lo and behold, I see this little tiny plant, and it looks like mullein, and I'm like, nah. Sure enough, now it's about this tall and got several small leaves on it. It's only yay wide total, with a leaf on either side. And my buddy Rob was in the yard this evening, and he said, "That's mullein?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude." He goes, "What?" And I said, "It's been 3 years since any mullein grew out here in the yard, and that could have dropped seeds. So seeds from 3 years ago are now coming up in my yard out there where other it's come up before. And I'm like, thank you to the creator. Mullen is always accepted, and there's mullen has stopped growing naturally down here in South Georgia because they went through, farmers did 20 years ago, and started cleaning out the fence rows, and they just literally tearing up some of the fences too. But the farmers in the old days left a strip as wide as the tractor between the fence and the field. Now they plow right up to the fence. And so what used to be the fence row in the old days, where you did dove hunting and rabbit hunting and some squirrel hunting along the way, and there were natural things that grew along these fence rows. And one of them was mullen down here. And where it's really common up in Tennessee and Kentucky, I saw when going through there, kangaroos and kookaburras. But so now I say, out of nowhere, the creator took seeds that have been in the ground at least for 3 years out there in the yard, just sitting there, and has decided to grow a mullen plant already this year for spring out there in the yard. And mullen's good for a bunch of stuff. And if you don't know what it's for, in Tennessee and other places further north of here, in North Georgia, it grows more than it does down here. It can, but it does like the cooler temperatures, it seems. But you can make a tea with it. If you got asthma, you can smoke it. It's just if you've got a cut or something bad happens to you on the outside, or bruising, you can make a poultice with the leaves. So, this Brenisha, I don't think I said hello to you. I think I missed you. I've got a very little tiny screen that I can see. But anyway, so mullen, if you can get it, it dries well and it'll still work. It's the properties for asthma. If you roll it up and smoke it, people have said that they can take 2 or 3 puffs and help them, with their asthma. And it's been well known for a bunch of years through Indian tribes and stuff. Earth. Hello, Earth. Here's one human to Earth. Well, at least I'm part human. So, in asking the universe, yeah, wisdom and knowledge, absolutely. I was just thinking about that, that I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So it's like I'm still learning, but there are certain things, and in having a conversation with somebody the other morning when they said, that I should read the Quran. And I thought about my answer that I gave him the other day. And I was like, and I talked about it with my friend this evening. I said, I've read so many books, and I've studied, shamanism. I've studied with um, um, medicine men and people. I've studied with monks and priests and nuns and other people that I consider holy people. maybe not in any religious context or whatever, from somebody else's point of view, but read Edgar Casey and believed and listened to Casey back in the 60s before some people were even aware who Edgar Casey was. And so just things in my life that I've experienced and so forth, the ghost that woke me up when the house was on fire and got us out of the house, things that I've experienced, the UFO experiences that I've had, which, you just can't explain it to other people. You have, if you've experienced it, then that's who you are. But so this person said, that I should read the Quran. And I said, it wouldn't do me any good. And I'm not trying to be mean or ugly or whatever, but if I was Muslim, if this were reversed, if I was a Muslim and had read the Quran and was fully versed in it, and somebody said, hey, you should read the Bible, I would have the same answer. I'd go, it wouldn't do me any good. And I've thought about my answer over these last couple of days, because I don't want to sound egotistical. But if you understand what the basics and the basis of these books are, it's love and honor and grace, and to learn these things and be kind to our neighbors, and to give kindness and share with our brethren, like I'm having conversation, how far do we go? How much is not enough? Or how much is too much do we give our neighbors? So, but in thinking about it, I was like, I already feel like I'm filled with the Spirit, and reading another book is not going to lift me up anymore. I feel very, not to be snobbish, but I get it. I get the law of one. Do no harm to any being, to anything, not to a tree or a rock or what, And when you start to really understand it and to live it, like I have been practicing, for myself as a shaman on the Red Road and learning it through native things. But, you want me to read another book because it's a different religion from the ones that I have studied up to this point. I've studied a minimum of the Quran, and I've read some things. So I'm not totally averse, but I can't quote anything. So, but it's like, it's not going to do me any good. And I'm trying, I don't want to sound snobbish, because I already feel filled with the Spirit from the quantum. I feel it. I feel like I understand it. I got it. That's why I'm sent here to try to share it with y'all, without being religious. We can share this energy with each other. We can share whether, as y'all share your time in the chat with each other. That's a blessing. The fact that I can be here and chat about this stuff and try to share wisdom and knowledge with y'all, and you're listening sometimes. Sometimes off-roading is the answer. That's true. And I've said before, using the dirt road as the metaphor, the red road, sometimes you find some interesting things down in the ditches alongside the road. It don't mean that you got to stop. It don't mean you got to get off the road. But sometimes there's some really interesting things in them ditches, and you got to be careful. Sometimes there are, alligators in them ditches. I believe I don't care whether you're Jehovah's Witness, whether Muslim, whether Catholic, I believe that they're all praying. Yep, That's my point too, you know. And that's, I was having a conversation with a friend, and he said, you know, God is. And I said, okay. And I said, now I believe that the creator is. Adam, how you doing? Has just arrived to make everything even better. Oh, that's cool. Absolutely. Come on in. Um, it has nothing to do with religion. That's why I try not to discuss religion here. It's about spirituality. How do you get to be spiritual? Now, I was raised a Catholic. I studied. Hey, Miss Brandy, how you doing? Greetings and blessings to you, my dear. Years I just listened, couldn't interact, fingers couldn't shake, but this year decided to change. Good deal. But so, you know, when I had the vision from Mother Mary here in the house, she said, you got to tell them to be spiritual, not religious. And the other message from Mother Mary that I got was to tell people to stop worshiping. You know, there's so, and I'm going to go off on this tirade for a moment, okay? I'm going to light this cigarette that I've been wanting to smoke, and I'm going to go off on a tirade for a moment. Within religions, I'm going to go with Christian because, you know, that's the one I'm most associated with, I guess. But, you know, you're riding down the road, especially down here in the South, and, you know, since I haven't driven in the North recently, I can't make the statement, but, you know, from Tennessee down, you know, and driving through the hills or whatever, you know, it's that you see the sign that says, come worship with us on Sunday. You know, worship with us this week. I was just thinking about that, David. He can't worry about that. What? Walk in love, be about it. Yes, absolutely. And my new thing is that they told me at the first of the year, the spirits and so forth, is that we bring peace to one another. The simple statement, peace be to you, my brother and sisters, you know, brothers and sisters. And so we've started a thing to where, you know, when you go into a house, you put your hand on the door frame and say, peace be to this house and all who enter here. You know, if we start doing that, you know, hey, Miss Emily. So we start passing peace along literally to each other. And so, you know, I go to the store, I bump into folks, whoever is like, you know, I try to throw in peace be to you in some way, shape, or form. And it's like, you know, and since I've been having this conversation with people too, so it doesn't matter what religion you are, that you can say, peace be to you. And that's it, you know. You don't have to make it, it's a big thing. You just, whatever it is, you just, peace be to you. Now, here's my tirade about worship. I don't worship anything, nothing. Okay. Now, there are lots of things that I respect, but I don't worship anything. Now, folks, you know, the Christian community, they all worship, right? They all worship God. So now listen to my argument here. God, to me, is a guy. Everything is related to He, God, He, the creator, He, God, 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 right? Everything is God. But God is represented as the masculine. Okay. We're all children of the creator of all. What we do with it is up to us. Agreed, Miss Brandy. Now, hang on. You're gonna, I hope, I do not worship shit. I hold love and give respect where it is due. Same here, Scotty. It's amazing how many young folks we've been getting lately. Yes, Chloe, and ain't it great? You know, because as an elder, you hope that the youngins will listen at least a little bit, rather than just running off on a tangent and never listening. But so anyway, so in this bit about worship and God, so my conversation, yeah, God, Jesus didn't write anything. Men wrote the Bible, so everything is male, right? Well, it's in this new Kali Yuga, in this new dawning of Aquarius, and I told my friend, I said, so God created Adam first. So you're telling me that God created a rooster before he created a hen? Now, does that really make any sense? That you would create the rooster? And he goes, well, you had to have the male seed. You had to, yes, but a rooster can't lay an egg. And a, hey, Ethan, how you doing? He rode an ass on his ass, right? But I don't believe in anything other than there is a great person. Well, see, Elizabeth, I consider it the creator, the source, the great energy, the creator. But here's the thing. And so here's my argument. It has been, for those of us who know who the Charistus group is, Dante and them have suggested, the goddess. Okay. Well, in a lot of religions and so forth, the goddess is like a bad word, And over the many years, I've been thinking about this, and mulling on it, listening to Dante and what they got to say about it. And I have, I've got a 10 cents about it. And it's like, well, wait a minute. So here's the thing. In reading the cards and so forth, and I can't remember which one it is, and there's several cards are actually that talk about the divine essence, right? The divine energy, the divine female, but also the divine male. You can't have one without the other, So, but the divine female has been written out of the body, out of the Bible, because it was written by a bunch of guys. Guys can't have babies, right? So, but to me, why didn't God create Eve first? It would have made a whole lot more sense because she could have the babies. But some are waiting for his return. The coming is an individual thing. Realize the separation is the illusion. That's a good statement. I like that, Brandy. But with this, hey, Blue TV, Womanize. Hi there. He needed his rib to make a woman. But my point is, it's always the guy, to me, there hasn't been enough, I can't find the right word at the moment. Recognition. That's a good one. I can't find enough recognition for women within the Bible. So here's my thing that I was trying to explain to him. I said, when I discuss the creator, most people assume that the creator is a man. And I'm like, no, to me, the source energy must be both. It's the divine feminine and the divine masculine. It has to be both in the universe in order for the universe to be balanced. Regardless of religion, regardless of stuff, it's got to be balanced. So, but there's too much focus on the man part. And so, as much as over the years, I was like, man, we can't be talking about this goddess thing, that, but the more I look back on it and the more they have, my spirit guides have discussed it with me, and I think one of them is female. And it's like, no, listen here, the divine energy, guys can't have babies. That's true. So, and not only that, men do not nourish. They are not, huggy here, let me, cuddle you in my arms. We've gotten better, but, women are the nurturers, right? So, why would in this universe of things, God only be a guy who doesn't nurture shit, who picks on poor Job, kills his family, takes away his stuff, burns his house down, and, and David's still on animals. Nope, I'm not still on animals. Nope, I'm on the creator. I think that women are part of the creator. When I discuss the creator, it's not a person. It's not, the creator is not a guy. Creator is both, in my humble opinion, because you got to have both in order to make things work in the universe. We need, whether you call it goddess or whatever, but let's just call it female, divine female energy, because the planet, we need that divine nurturing. And Mother Nature, it's father's son, and grandmother moon, and but it's Mother Earth, right? So we're the closest thing to creator. We give life and love. Yeah. But I think they're working on that shortcoming. What? Does your creator have physical form? The creator is us, in that we are part of creation and a part of source. So in that, yes, but no, there ain't a guy or a gal that's doing it. There might be entities that represent the creator, but no, I don't think the creator is a person. Like in the Bible, God is a being. Nah, not a, look at the cosmos. Go outside and look at the stars, and look how many galaxies there are. Not counting how many planets and and the galaxies. Oh my God, the galaxies are endless, and look at how many planets in each galaxy. And they don't have to all look like us. And in fact, a lot of them don't look like us at all. So, but the idea, though, that the creator has created all of us, good and bad, and to what's to say on another planet, we're the bad guys, and the bad guys who would come and eat us, we're the bad guys. And from our standpoint, they're the bad guys. They want to come and eat us. Wait a minute, we're a food source. And they think, well, wait a minute now, there's nothing wrong with us. We're of higher beings and intelligence. Of course you're food for us, you dumb cows and chickens. And, you and me are nothing but sheeples, right? Hi, Pop 47. How you doing? So my brother-in-law has 3 nipples. But there must be an essence to know that we have something, what? Oh, no nicer than need be. That's a good one. Understood. And that's sort of what I discussed 2 hours ago. You know, how far you go with people, and it depends on the situation. If it's been a good. It was about 2013. Um, had gone into town and was the spirit sent me into town, and a friend rode along. And on the way home, it was just before Christmas time. There in the middle of the road was, it looked like a campfire. And the story's really long, but I'm going to shorten it. There was, we come down over a hill and come down this, 1:15 at night in the morning, and there looked like there was a fire in the middle of the road. But what it was a man had ran into the guardrail, and the guardrail had went through his truck, cut his leg off just below the knee, and his truck was on fire. And we got there, and there was nobody on the road, nobody coming, lonely late at night, in December, and I called 911. It took him a long time to get out there, but we pulled him out of the truck, put him on the side of the road. He had lost his leg from the knee down to his left leg. And here I am, trying to hold it. Yeah, he was still in the truck, yes. Um, but we got him out and stabilized him and everything. But the thing is that, for me, as a person who's trying to be on the red road, nobody ever told me that I was going to be taking care of a man who lost his leg on the side of the road in the middle of the night. Okay. And so we never know when we're going to be called upon to do certain things. Now, it could have been that we didn't do anything. We left him in the truck and called 911. Well, it would have been 45 minutes before the ambulance and the fire truck got there. So, we put out the fire and got him out of the truck. I mean, God knows what would have happened had he been left in there. So, but in this understanding of things, we never know when the creator's going to ask us to help out, and how much do we give. In that instance, I'm holding on to this guy's bloody stump, and they were like, don't you want to put on some rubber gloves? And I said, it's a little late. I've got this man's, lifeblood in my hands, that I'm holding up his leg, trying to get it, wrapped. And thank God it wasn't spurting blood. And what happened was the steel that went through it was the guardrail that it went through his leg. It was so hot on the impact as it went through, it cauterized all of the things in his leg. So he was dripping a little blood, but he was not spurting, which was great. So, but to the point though, I didn't think that God or Creator was ever going to ask me to do something like that. Not going home from Moultrie one night, or one morning. If I'd been in war or something like that, okay, but I'm just heading home, But he was drunk and ran off the road. So all religions carry a truth, but not all truths carry a good religion. That's a good one. Maddie and friends, addiction is a curse of sorcery. Of sorcery? The discontent of anxiety is the temple of sorcery. The discontent of anxiety is the temple of sorcery. Maddie, I could see where maybe, but back when I was wanting to get in it 50 years ago, literally, um, anxiety, no offense, had nothing to do with it. Just saying, question everything in the Bible. Not saying it's not true, but still question it. Yeah, you know, in having conversations with people lately about the Bible, there are so many damn versions of the Bible. There's the Greek, and there's a this, and there's a that translation. Little Willie says, "Hello, Grandpa." Now, am I really your grandpa, or did somebody just saying it? It's now 8:05. How? My friend lost his right arm in a steel guardrail. It went by. Many small place. Got the Bible on my shelf looking to ask for anything. Right to the page. Yeah, we were talking, my friend and I were talking about this, and I'd gotten into an argument with my son 20 years ago. And when good dogs do bad things, why is King James version so hoity-toity? That's a good one. And I did a report on that 4 or 5 years ago. And it's because, and if you read about who King James was, he had a boyfriend in France. You know, I mean, you know, him and his little boyfriend used to diddle back and forth across the channel, but because the Pope wouldn't give him a divorce, let him have a divorce, he decided to start his own Church of England, right? So, and because he was the king of everything, in the King James version, if you read the earlier other version before the one that King James derived his version from, there's a lot of these and thys and thous and stuff like that ain't in the other Bibles. The earlier one that he took, the Douay-Rheims version, that's the these and thys and thous and to the Lord, you know, he's referring to himself. So his self was interjected into this a lot because he, being God, you know, he was, you know, he was God on earth, you know, he's king. So his version inserted him as that, okay? Not in that word, but if you compare the Bible, the Douay-Rheims versus his, you can see like, holy crap, you know. And also the Douay-Rheims version is a lot earlier to read, okay? It just flows. Where the King James version in a lot of places trying to read it is so choppy. It's just hard to read out loud. And, but, you know, I was reading my version. It was an old Catholic Bible, which is the Douay-Rheims version at that time. And I'm reading it along, and my son was telling me, he goes, read Psalm. I'm not sure if it was 47, but I'm just going to. He was like, read Psalm 47. And I was like, okay. So I turned to Psalm 47, and I'm reading it along. And he goes, that's not Psalm 47. And I said, yes, it is. I got my Bible right here, Psalm 47, and I'm reading the passage, you know, and verse, whatever. And he goes, no. You know, Psalm 47 is this. And he starts reading from his King James version. And I'm going, no. And I flip back, and actually, he's reading Psalm 49. Now, I'm not sure that these are the right ones, but there are. So I started looking at the Psalms, and there are some in the King James Version they just left out. They didn't even print them from the Douay-Rheims version. They just left them out. So people say, well, you know, I'm reading the Bible. Say, yeah, but which one? Well, I'm reading the King James Version. I'm like, well, get yourself the right one. Well, what do you mean the right one? It's the King James Version. Yeah, but King James changed the damn thing. It's his version of the Bible, not the one that was written 1,200 years or 1,500 years before King James. He rewrote his Bible to suit him. Pay attention. That's why it's the King James Version. you know, duh. So, it's like Dave's version of the Bible. Well, I don't like these particular songs. I'm going to throw them out, So, but some people are dumb. You got that right, Miss Olivia. Yeah, I've got a Gideon Bible right over here. That's one of the ones I was referring to. But to my point, my favorite Bible was the old Catholic Bible that I had. So in it instead of worship, which is in the King James Version everywhere, in the Douay-Rheims version, it's adore. I will adore the Lord with all my heart. Or I will adore no, I will worship the Lord, I will worship, And so it's like, wait a minute. And I've made this a statement. I adored my grandmother, absolutely adored her, but I did not worship her. And so in the world of things and in the universe, that I adore Mother Mary, but I don't worship her. And she knows it. I adore the Christ consciousness, but I do not worship it. I adore the Creator, but I do not worship the Creator or that essence, because I am a part of that essence. I am a part of the creation. So would I worship myself? No, that's just silly. But in being, correct and in tune with the universe, you can adore the fact that, I'm a human being. And I adore the fact that I can live and breathe. And I'm so grateful to the universe. And I adore the fact that my being can share with your being. And that when my energy transcends to the next level, the fact that I can be an angel again. I adore that fact, but I don't worship it, Now, also something too, I was at an event in Tennessee, right on the border with North Carolina, by the way. And there was a medicine man and a shaman from South America. And I want to say he was from Chile, but he might have been Peru, but Inca. Okay. And, dude, what, just social and handouts. You're lucky to be a Catholic. I'm a Protestant. I don't get to go into a booth and come out clean. Well, see, that's just stupid. I did a lot of years of going in there, and you don't have to go in a booth. All you got to do is ask Creator, I am sorry for my sins. Truly, honestly, sorry for my sins. And you're forgiven. You don't got to go through no priest or none of that bullshit. That the church brought up the confessional. Do you know why? So the priest could keep up with the politics of what was going on in back in the old days during medieval times. They could keep up with what was going on. So a bishop or somebody went in there to be nosy, absolutely. And so I talk to God every morning. Good. Every night from this soul, what who to see another day to take care. Welcome to class, folks. We learn here. Yep. Indulgences. Oh, the indulgences. And there are still people who practice the indulgence. I had somebody, some friends of mine, and I ain't going to name no names, but she was like 92 and had collected a few bucks over the years in her business. The children flew her to the Vatican, and she had a private meeting with the Pope. Now, who was this little woman that just out of nowhere, she was a Catholic, but she was also high in the women's Masonic temple? Okay. And how and why she got a special time to talk with the Pope and whisper and give him something. So what in the hell was she giving the Pope? At her age, she came home and died not too long after that at 92 or 3. It was about time. But the first thing I thought of was she went over there and bought her way into heaven. She took an indulgence to the Pope himself to assure she had a place in the next life. Absolutely. Because she'd done some cheating and stuff in her life and business to get the money and the power she had. But before she died, she got to see the Pope, which is like, so she had to have something to give to him that was substantial enough for his time. Oh, yeah, she gave the Pope money. And it's like Miss Olivia, yeah. And, and I don't know how much. But I'm, after finding out from the family, and they took pictures and all this stuff. And I've known the family since I was in grade school, So I was like, Miss, what you call? She went before the Pope? And all of us from our standpoint was like, uh-oh, something was up. This little old granny lady, no. She went before the Pope? No fucking, what? No. Something is not right with that picture. And she just didn't say hi and shake hands. No, she had an audience with the Pope. So I'm like, okay. But anyway, so that's why I think that buying indulgences is still going on in the Catholic Church. And one reason why I am so glad I am not affiliated with them clowns anymore, And, I've had, as I have discussed, with the pedophile priests that were in Tampa and other places too, I'm sure, but I can only speak for Tampa, that, and Norman Balthazar became a Monsignor, and he was arrested for soliciting, a male prostitute on Kennedy Boulevard, and he used to throw me up against the wall all the time, and he had this horrible breath and sound, and he would get real close to me, and he was creepy. But I've not had the church apologize for his ass. You know what I mean? And the other priest too, who had my clothes off and all that kind of stuff. So, but in being honest and open about the pedophilia and myself and having gone through it, some other people have at least come out of like, man, he's talking about the priest have diddled him. Yeah, right. I'm not gonna go into any detail, but yes, clothes off. Yep. Hands on you. Yep. That's enough. So, and they use their power to get you that way, which is, which is really creepy. How as a young person, they can manipulate your mind and mind control, and that, well, I'm a I'm a I'm a priest of God. You must trust me, and so you're going along with this going, I don't know, this seems kind of weird. And they go, yeah, but you must trust me. Turn notification. Man, we're really nasty back in the 60s. Yeah, this was at the end of the 60s and the beginning of the 70s for when mine transpired. But, they use that power thing, you know, and, and for me, I was ashamed of it for a long time. And what hurt me and almost killed me, because the reason I wanted to commit suicide, the reason I was such an alcoholic and a drug abuser, was the fact that you know I was not happy with myself. I was ashamed. Miss Olivia, it depends on what you mean by support. I have family members who are uh, L. But so, the shame and the shame came with, why didn't I stop it? Why didn't why didn't I say no? Why didn't I turn around and slap the son bitch? Why didn't I do a lot of things, but more too much idol worship. Yep, that too. Um, oh, it's a real 420. Goodness gracious. We can't let that go by. That's fine, Miss Olivia. So's my granddaughter and my sister. So I am not. I have acquaintances that are gay. Yep. Not my fault. Was just mean as hell. Fire survival. Let me say, it depends on the gay. Now, I've had gay friends of mine over the years, and some of them were absolutely lovely people. And then there's this one in particular who passed away last year, who was a pure bitch, and he knew it. And he would say, I am a pure bitch, and deal with it, you know, and rude and abusive and a pure bitch all of his life. But at the bottom line, though, if you really needed help, he'd help you. But crude and rude and just nasty sometimes. And I mean, I knew him back in when he was in high school, and it was like, and through the years, I was like, Chucky, do you have to be so bitchy all the time? Well, that's just the fucking way I am. You just have to put up with it. Yeah, it's like, okay, but he was that way. Now his partner of many years, Tom, was a lovely individual. He was so kind and spoke and even tempered, and such a lovely man. If I was gay, I'd go for him. I mean, and Tom and I were friends, but that was that. But I mean, and we were good friends over the many years that we worked together. But his partner, who I knew even longer, was a bitch. you know. So to me, it depends on the gay, whether it be man, female, whatever. It depends on the individual. I've known some couples that you wouldn't even know they was gay, and then there are some that they flaunt and do and stuff, and it's just like, no, sorry, you know, they're an embarrassment to the they're an embarrassment to the community. I mean, some of the folks that I know, um, Miss Olivia, it's like, and my sister, uh, and my granddaughter to a large extent, you know, if you're gay, then just be that way. You don't have to flaunt and do and be all this. And it's like, it's nice to play around, but do you really live that way? And I've known some gay men who were just, one was a go-go dancer at the Horny Bull in Tampa. Another was a dancer up in at a bar at a club in Cordele, Georgia. A black man, and lovely. When he dressed in drag, he was the bomb. But 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 he didn't flaunt it. He was who he was. But then I've met some people over the years who flaunted it for the sake of flaunting it. And oh, look at me and let me shake my little thing and all that. It is just like they're embarrassing. They embarrass themselves, in my opinion, and they embarrass the community. And because I've had people in the community go, such and such is just an embarrassment. Okay, so leave it at that. But anyway, so that's my stance on that. As long as you don't force yourself or your opinion on anybody else, be who you want to be. Alcoholism and then married something. Your sex life, not my business. Then right, exactly. I agree with that statement. I've dated men and women, just not the same time. Do I have any pets? Yes, Duggar, my dog. Oh, and a bunch of kitty cats outside. And I used to have a bunch of chickens as my pets. But so in this lifetime and stuff, so um, I would say, as many of you have stated and sort of agreed upon with me here tonight, um, or this morning, in that we help and we extend our, well, I haven't used this term, but I'll use it now. We extend our hand as necessary with people. So, um, you're 2 hours late on the animals talk. What? Oh, you want to hear a joke? Somebody else wanted to hear a joke too. Well, here's one. Guy walks down the street and there's the tobacco shop in the general store, and he's in the old west, and there's an Indian standing there, like the wooden Indians old. He's a real Indian standing there. Hello, buddy, East Coast. So the Indian's standing there, and white man walks by, and he's been in town doing some business, and he walks by the Indian and he goes, "How?" And the Indian goes, "Some." When the white guy moseys on down, goes in the general store, and he comes back out and he goes, "How?" And the Indian goes, "Some." So the white guy walks along and goes and does his business. Well, later on in life, but later on, that day, his sun going down and he's got to walk back down to the thing. So he's walking down and he goes past the Indian again. He goes, "How?" And the Indian hadn't moved a muscle and he goes, "Some." White guy goes on to his hotel room and thinks about it that night and goes, That was just strange. I thought all Indians said how, or, something. The stretching of reality is observed to an adult who is forced to support dreamers and mutated perversion to be empathetic and non phobic. Boy, that's a bunch of words in there, Miss Maddie. But I would agree with that, because there are folks out there trying to stretch reality and make us believe it. That's my point about the gay business. If with all the people that I've known over the years, they're just gay. They don't make a big deal about it. They're just gay. You know, they don't try to flaunt. They don't try to do. They're just gay. My granddaughter just told me she spoke to me when she first came out, and I said, "So, how do you know that you're gay?" And she said, "Because I just like women. I don't guys. I just don't like them, But women, I just get all excited and tingly." And I was like, "Well, that tingly thing, you might have something there." So, but um, and so she's a lesbian. She's gay. Not a problem do I have. It'd be nice if, could get some great grandchildren, but if that's your lifestyle, then okay. And I've supported her since day one. But she's just gay, you know, without all the stuff. And I'm proud of her for that. She was in the Navy. So, what about it for other people? I think other people that I've talked to feel the same way. Under 18 equals no. It's not a hard concept. Yeah, it was hard waiting on me to be 18. A lot of us had, well, all of us that are over 18 or over 17 have had to go through it, so we've lived through it. But so in this world of stuff, I think, as some of you may know, I have talked about, being the casual observer, in that, we keep an eye on stuff, but, as we keep an eye on stuff, we don't get involved unless it's necessary. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Oh, I stubbed my toe, and we don't jump in. We go, well, if you need a Band-Aid, let me know. But like the gentleman whose leg got cut off, and we stopped in the middle of the road in the middle of the night to help him, that was a different situation. That was really stopping to help somebody, versus, oh, I stubbed my toe, and I might lose the nail. Okay, sweetie, buck up, bummy, buddy, or sweetie. But anyway, so there are degrees of how we help. So in the observer position, we're always ready to jump in if need be. And so how do we do this in real life? Hello there, Miss Silvani. How many days it took Christmas? That's funny, honestly. 300 and some odd, right? So how do we deal with each other in the meantime? With honor and respect. That's how we deal with each other, with honor. And yeah, we treat each other like we would want to be treated. But there are some people that like to be mistreated now. I was married to 2 wives that loved to argue, loved to fight. And I don't like that. Didn't like it. Got divorced because of it. Quit being such a pain in the ass. Why do you want to fight all the time? There always had to be some kind of turmoil in their lives. They could not be happy if things just went good for a couple of days. It's like, everything's fine and dandy. No, it can't be. They would literally pick a fight because they hadn't had a fight in a couple of days. And be safe, Jordan. So, but there are people who are like that. I've met too many of them who will pick a fight for the sake of it. So it's like, stop it. But people are like that. A Russian that can tan. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah. I mean, so yeah, I would agree with you when good dogs. Um, so so in my last marriage, I was like, so how far do I go? And she stole money out of my personal account. She always had money in our um in our joint account, but I had my personal account before we got married, and I kept it, and she didn't like that. So, but she literally um, um, forged my name on 2 checks, each for $1,000, cashed them, got away with it, um, and then said that I was the bad person. Now, I would have gave you $2,000 to get rid of your ass. You didn't have to steal it from me, let alone forge my name on my personal account, you dumbass. And then she had a credit card that she had gotten in our names, forged my name. Now, it's like, there are lots of things that you can forgive people, right? So, but she charged, $2,500 on an American Express card, and I refused to get an American Express card. She knew it, got one anyway, and managed to charge $2,500 on it. So I proved to the bank, not my signature. I proved to American Express, sorry, not my signature, because they had to send me a copy of the signature document. And when I showed them my signature and they compared it to what was signed, they said, well, your wife had the authority to sign. And I was like, my wife didn't have any authority to sign her name to anything that had to do with me. So they still think I owe them $2,500. I'm not paying it. It's not my bill. And just because I was married to a crazy person does not mean, if she murdered somebody, does that mean I got to go to jail for her? And because she wrote bad checks, does that mean I got to pay for them? No. Because she, defrauded American Express, no, I'm sorry, not me. I didn't do it. So why should I have to pay for it? Right. Um, you know, so, but, been through this, done that. So, my trust in women, right? Especially, here's $20. Well, what are you going to do with it? The $20? But anyway, so you're going to steal from me. You're going to send me to jail. You're going to mistreat me. So how far do we, hey, Robbie, I'm autistic and ADHD. Yeah, I've worked with people over the years with your uh, type condition. On you, are you on Ritalin or Adderall? If I can be nosy, sounds like a narc. They be chaos babies and can talk their way around bankers with surprising ease. Probably talk the same language. So it's good that we understand each other in here in a lot of ways. So let's make sure that we continue to stay positive. I applaud you all, my dear friends and subscribers, for how kind and you've been to each other, and continue to be so. Um, keep up the good work. Stratera? I've not heard of that. Miss Brenisha. Brenisha? I've took a lot of drugs, but over the counter, stolen, and not so much stolen. Um, bootleg. Peace is spreading. Yes, I think so too. And by us talking about it and saying peace be to you, my brothers and sisters, we keep uh, using those terminologies, and be practical. Yeah, I know. I took it. I took Ritalin for many years because I had a severe head injury, and thank God I'm over it. Who was it that said, "Let me bring up something"? Um, Miss Olivia, ADHD. I've learned this, and since I've been taking it for my back, it's called gabapentin. Now, why would I bring this up? Because one of the side effects of the gabapentin has helped people with certain types of seizures. And ADHD is, you say, well, that's not a seizure, but the brain is firing all the time, and you go into this. Here's the thing. I would curious. Yeah, I know what it is. Have I used to work for 5 years? I was an instructor for the handicapped and mentally handicapped and so forth. So I worked for 5 years as an instructor. So I'm very much aware of it. Oh, I did a bunch of stuff. I was a carpenter. I worked for 5 years as a supervisor in a center for, handicapped and mentally retarded. I know they don't like that word, but Miss Johnston Stone, Miss Olivia, if you could try some gabapentin on a fairly high dosage, because I used to have headaches all the time and I don't now. And it's not a pain reliever, but it helps in a lot of other different ways. So, and they come in 300s and 600s, and you can take them twice a day or 3 times a day. But uh, at your age, before I would get hooked on Ritalin or Adderall or anything like that to help, the curious side effects of the gabapentin, I don't think it would hurt you, but I would just be curious how, because it helped me with, I didn't think I was ever going to quit having these little seizure thingies and little events that I'd been having for years. And then I've been on this gabapentin for a little over a year. And now it's like, I just haven't had the same kind of feelings. It's strange. Yep. I know what OCD is. Yep. No offense to you, but at 71, and I've been inside the mental health system for a bunch of years, so I do know what you're talking about, Miss Olivia. But remember the word gabapentin, and I'm not saying you should do it outside the system, but if somebody's got some gabapentin, they'd let you try for a couple of days to see if you felt better. you know, I know that's bad advice, but if you got a doctor, ask them. I'd be curious, because I didn't find out about it until after I started taking it. And then I had my conversation with my doctor, and then I read on the internet and read about the side effects and so forth, and it was like, well, some bitch, I wish been taking this gabapentin for pain and discomfort a long time ago, because there is this side effect thing that can help you with your mental thing. I was like, damn. So, but anyway, I can tell you that the mental issues that I had, even my mood is better. So where I lived a life of depression and you know, and that type of thing, a lot of my life, I'm nowhere now. I've been doing a lot of meditation and so forth and stuff, but to the same point though, I physically in my brain don't have those same types of feelings. And I got to blame it on at least a good part of it on the gabapentin. So that's my 10 cents. I had severe head trauma, but not counting other issues and stuff, but I had severe head trauma a couple of times. So, you know, like getting hit in the back of the head with a brick, you know, that was one. You know, having a severe head trauma with, you know, getting hit in the forehead with a hammer, that was two. Had a door slide shut sideways and hit my temple, that was three. That put me in the hospital for 2 weeks. Um, you know, and gave me a bad head concussion and suicide. Um, that was in a really bad car accident, and my head hit the windshield and also hit the back window of the truck. But that put me in the hospital for 10 days. Uh, I got beat up in Tallahassee, and this big black man smacked me in the face a bunch of times before we could get away in an apparent um, 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 snatch and grab and um, um, tried to rob us in downtown Tallahassee. And I still have a scar on the side of my nose where his diamond ring cut my nose. So I'll wear that till I die, or past it. But you know, gave me a head concussion there and sent me to the hospital. So yeah, I've had quite a few. Yep, gabapentin. Not trying to sell it, not trying to, you know, but it has helped me in an odd way when I was just looking for relief for my back pain. I was like, wow, what a nice side effect for me. But yeah, gabapentin. Those back head shots really hurt. Yeah, that brick really hurt. Yeah, it did. So, but for each, and that's not counting, you know, I've had head concussions playing football before head concussions were popular. You know what I mean? And some other, you know, hits and bangs and stuff. They say if you ever see stars, that's a head concussion. Oh well, hell, man. There's been so many times I've seen stars, you know, a dozen times easy, you know, and I just named five major head concussions that I mean I got smacked, you know, um, and you know, knocked me out, lost consciousness. So, you know, but I don't count the times I saw stars. So there's another six or seven easy, you know. But so, you know, my head trauma physically. And then there's the, you know, the being messed with mentally trauma, which, you know, when you add the head trauma in and your brain's not firing the way it should be, and then I went to one neurologist who gave me a drug that I had a severe reaction to, and it almost killed me. You know, he got away with almost murder. And I had months and months of having grand mal seizures. You know, that was my, um, you know, that's what I got out of the deal. You know, like the damn killed me, literally, you know. Are you asking me if I'm doing better now? Absolutely. You know, at 71, I'm fixing to go, you know, canoeing and boating and, I'm ready to go on adventures, and I'm not an addict anymore. I'm not an alcoholic anymore. I'm here trying to, to encourage people that, um, do I think stem cells could help restore the brain? I think in some cases, I think the answer is yes, especially if they're like my stem cells. I know that sounds weird, but I mean, if they took something from me, good night, Elizabeth. Love you. Thank you for hanging out with us. But so if it was my stem cells that could be placed someplace that would help some of my crushed, where I like hit myself over the forehead. I have a lot of issues still after all these years over my forehead. And they took a CT scan and they say they haven't seen it. They can't find anything. There's no blood clots or anything. But I saw a bone scan of my skull done years ago when they were doing work on my neck. And it shows up, it's this big over my left eye. And so I know that my brain's had trauma there. And, there are times when it just feels odd, you know. But so, can it get in there? Now, here's something else. They've got a lot of stuff with nanobots and nanites. So I would be curious if they couldn't program some of these nanites with a stem cell kind of thing to it. And they've already done work where they can send them to certain places. So here I got a spot over my left eye. So they know where to send them little buggers, right? So okay, so I go in, they got some little nanites. They got a little bit of this stuff on them or in them, or maybe they're made of, maybe the nanites are made of the stem cell. So, but they instructed to go here, you know. And in a lot of ways, of the things that I've seen, they've got like some kind of receptor. So it's like they inject them into your body, and then it's like follow the signal. So they've got some kind of thing on my forehead or wherever that says nanites go here. And when they get there, then they're instructed in whatever way to do the repair job. So why not? You know, and if it isn't possible, I think that's where they're working on it. Using things and knowing how to use them right is not the same. Yep. Scotty loves, he's a good Olivia. Okay. Uh, yeah, I would love that technology. And, and having been in the hospital, several times in these last 2 years, and seeing some of the technology and stuff they've got, and reading some books and things and stuff, and it's like this, in the bigger hospitals, what's to say they ain't doing this already? Because they're they're cloning ears on mice and stuff. They're growing things in petri dishes. Petri, that's the wrong one. It's petri dishes. So they're growing organs, with a few of these things. So, um, but like for me, um, I don't know if there's anything that they could actually repair to my brain because it got banged on so many years ago. But maybe the nanites could get in there. And one of the things that I think the gabapentin has helped for me is that it's helped with blood flow somehow. And I haven't had a headache, which is, I've had headaches for years. And then I start taking gabapentin and I don't have headaches anymore. What's up with that? So, but the best I can say is that it's helping with the blood flow through the brain. I'll take it, you know. And if there was maybe a clog or something, but, you know, the fact that it helps me and some other folks with, you know, um, seizure type activities, that it helps them to stay calmer or something. And maybe it's about blood flow. You know, there's a certain part of the brain that ain't getting enough blood. And so it triggers an electrical impulse and it sends the brain into a seizure because I've had seizures, you know, and now I'm not seizure prone anymore. The only thing that's changed is the gabapentin. I don't necessarily, you know, want to be the poster boy uh, for for it, but it's a wonderful thing on my point, you know, for me. Um, don't know how it helps other people, but you know, I'll speak out about it as far as it helping my head is concerned. You know, yeah, it was an odd way for working. It was a, you know, a side dressing from the creator, and I'm just blessed. You know, thank you. You know, thank you to the universe for helping me out in that way. You know, with all this heart problems and stuff that I got. You know, and with all the years that I had headaches and stumbling and bumbling and seizures and stuff to have, you know, I started taking the drug last year. So at the age of 70, I start taking a drug that's sort of nondescript, and its side effect helps get rid of 30 years worth of issues with my brain. Holy crap, you know, who knew, right? Yeah, but at some point you just got to be okay with who you are. And sometimes it takes freaking years to learn who you are. But here's the deal, don't rush it. You know, even at 71, you know, there are times when I wonder who I am. Well, you know, I'm still an adventurer and I'm still a this. And, you know, so there is still self discovery, you know, even in an old age like me. So, you know, but never give up and never give in, you know, keep up the good work, you know, because I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. You know, and for those who know who Dante is and who the Charistus is, I want to say that, you know, for every day that goes by for me and for people I talk to, it's going a cog in the system, eh? A cog in the system. How you doing? My gears are all lubed up and ready to go. But you know, there are a couple of things in talking with my buddy this evening. I was like, you know, they talk about, you know, eternal life in the Bible. Well, how do you get eternal life? Well, we could live longer. Well, that's true, but that's not eternal life. Eternal life comes with reincarnation. Now, there are a lot of people that just don't believe in that. Well, I know that I'm reincarnated because I'm here on this spot where I'm living now. And I hate to say it, but I think it was predetermined. You know, I had to come back here and learn some lessons and appease the gods of this place because I was a son bitch in a previous life, like in the 1800s, that I lived here in this literally general vicinity where my house is now. So, and I was a bad man, but mistreated women, mistreated children, was a drunk and you know, just a bad pioneer, you know, drinking corn liquor and just bad man. So I had to come back and straighten that mess out this time around. and it feels like I'm still working on it for the spirits that are here, but in trying to show them, listen, I have changed this time around. I came back because I was such a sumbitch before, but now I can't answer that for other people, you know. But the eternal life thing, you know, I just know, as other people have, that I've been on this planet before, and you know, I learned how to sword fight at some point. You know, I honestly believe that I might have been a, you know, a Templar at one time or another, because of certain things that have come to be in dreams, and learning sword fighting from a, you know, a master, you know, weapons as expert from FSU, the theater department. So he's like, man, where did you learn how to sword fight? And I was like, nobody taught me. I just know how to do it. And I said, best I can tell you is I learned how to do this in a previous life. And he just grinned, you know, but I mean, literally a big Viking kind of sword, because we were in a show called The Vikings and I was one of the main characters. So had to learn how to sword fight with a big ass head. Them swords are heavy, let me tell you. But you know, so there are things in my life that kind of sort of prove something happened in a previous life. How did I gain this information? Where did I learn this? You know, and there are, you know, prodigal sons and daughters who. Oh, you're from New Zealand, Olivia? Well, cool beans. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Wow. I agree with you, Chloe. So, you know, there are folks who just know how to do stuff, you know, or they're very inclined to certain things. And so, where did they get that? You know, I was watching a video where there's this, like a Niner, um, probably from the priest guys, uh, but, you know, I'm watching this. He looks like he's about 10 to 12, you know, and he takes a brick of clay and throws it on a potter's wheel. And he throws a little water on it and he starts mushing on it. And he throws a little more water on it and this going around and he's mushing on it. And, you know, now this is a 1 minute video, right? So it's in one of those shorts that are on YouTube. So in that now, it could have been sped up, but to the point though, um, he took this piece of clay and first made a lid, okay, and set it off to the side, and then he starts making the shape of the pot. All right, and within less than a minute, he has formed this thing on his little potter's wheel, and then put the little lid on it and set it to the side. I was like, oh my God, it would have taken me days to do that. And he's like, just doing it. It's just natural to him. Now, I'm sure somebody showed him how to do it. But the fact that at this young age, there's no way this kid was 15. You know, I mean, he was younger than 15, and I'm giving him a stretch on that. So, but so here there are people who have talents for things, and they're just good at it. Sometimes it's music, sometimes it's cooking, sometimes, but you know, they're just good at it. Now, can you say that they didn't, they learned something in a previous life, that they were worked a potter's wheel before they made it to this timeline? Or maybe they were good at this before they, you know, in a previous life? For whatever it is, you know, maybe they're a good runner, you know. Maybe they're a good swimmer. Maybe they're good at whatever it is that they're good at, you know. And there are folks who, um, you know, I myself have practiced things and have developed talents. And then there are things I don't know how knew how to do them. So I just know how to do them. Like, how'd you learn that? Don't know. I was sort of divining for the well and I've dug my own well. It's 22 feet deep, hand dug it. Okay. With somebody up at the top pulling up the buckets and emptying them out. Yep, hand dug my well. Good water in it too right now. But so there was a lady who came out and witched my well with a peach switch. And I'd already started digging, and it was 10 feet from where she dug, where she put a stop in the ground. And I was like, I talked to her and I said, so I've already started, about a foot and a half in the hard Georgia clay, which is like trying to break up concrete. And it was like, should I keep digging here? She goes, well, Mr. Null, it's up to you. But you asked me to come out here and to witch this well. And over there, 10 feet away, is where I'm telling you you should dig. So here I am, spent 2 or 3 days digging, starting this hole for my well. And she says, give it up and go over there. And I did. And I hit water at 9 feet. Now that's believe. That's believe. Believe that there are people who can find water, and I've found water at 9 feet, and I've been chasing that water level, all these years. But when it got really dry and we had to dig it out, I got to 22 feet. But there's always been water in it. It might only be this much, but it's always had water in it. But here's the thing that I learned, that I went downhill to a place and I started digging in the woods back here. Now, later on, I've been here a couple of years. A friend of mine from the carnival came by and he stopped and we were talking about the well and witching it and stuff. And he said, you got a couple pieces of wire, don't you? And I said, yeah. Now, this is in the 80s. And this was long before people came up with the rods. Okay. So he took 2 pieces of copper wire that I had in the shop and bent them in the shape of an L, like the rods are. And he held the short ends in his hands like the rods are. And I said, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm going to show you where your water is. And I was like, no way. So he started walking back and forth across the property, right? And he found where my water line it's still there. And he goes, your water line's right here, ain't it? And I was like, yeah. And I mean, he was right on top of it using, quote, the rods. It was just 2 pieces of copper wire loosely in his hands. And so then he starts walking back and forth across the property and down the hill from the well. And he said, did you know that you have an underground stream here? And I go, what do you mean? And the further he walked down the hill, he got to where I had started digging another well downhill. And he goes, well, this other well you started digging. He said, why did you decide to dig there? And I said, I just felt that this would be a good place. He goes, well, this underground stream runs right across here and down into the back. And he goes, where you started digging is if you're less than a foot off from, if I was to tell you to dig, you're right on the money. Now, I didn't use anything. My point is, I just use my senses, okay, which is part of the universe, part of the quantum field, part of all this stuff. So, but you have to believe in things like that. So over the years, there are things that I was like, I didn't know I had the talent to do this. I didn't know that I could, affect this or work on that. So, we don't know until we start developing ourselves as human beings. We don't know until we start believing in the universe and have faith. And Miss Johnstone, I say have faith. There are a lot of people already here just in this chat room that are, have been more than kind and willing to help and with conversation and topics and things. That there are people in the universe that, you got to have faith that there are other folks other than like in this chat room, that there are real people on this planet. Some of them are hybrids and some of them aren't, and you can believe what you want about the Matrix, but there are people on this planet that are good people, and sometimes, you got to move out of a neighborhood, or sometimes you got to move out of state, or sometimes you might have to move out of a country, to find those people, or basically it's to get away from the crappy ones. Okay. It's not necessarily looking for the good ones. It's that, where you may be at in a particular location, they're just eat up with the bad guys, you know? Yeah, it's hard to believe, but people do exist. Absolutely. And, for myself, I had given up and I was so depressed, and I've been having grand mal seizures when I first started this channel. And after all these years of hanging out with you folks, the last I heard, I got over 600 subscribers. I never would have expected. I figured 200 people, me and Brian, when we started our channels, we were happy when we hit 200. We were happy when we hit 250, and we were just delighted that we knew that 250 people would subscribe, and it's 700 now. Holy crap. Really? Honest to goodness. It's showing 660. Hey Trent, how you doing? Have I been pulling any billies lately? But to my point though, you know, I was kind of going along, and somebody said, well, you got over 500. And I went, nah, come on. 500? Really? So, because I don't look at the analytics much, or very rarely. So then I went and looked at my analytics, and I was like, it was like 503 people or something. And I was like, holy crap, I'm so proud of 500 people, and I know there are people that got 5,000 and all this, and they're all ecstatic. And here I am jumping up and down going, there's 500 people that subscribe to my channel. Holy crap, what have I got to offer, right? But so in the grand scheme of things, now there's 600 people, so the fact that we can have conversations, you only have 10. Well, see, um, so I got 50 tonight. Really? A refresh got 712. Wow. Yeah, Scotty Boy's here. Who gives a rip, right? we got what we need. But I mean, I find it so interesting that that I try to pick a subject, but here's the thing. So the spirits help me create this content. They are the ones that were bugging me about this. How much do we give? How much do we take? You know, and like I said a little bit ago, how much do the aliens give to us? You know, how much do we expect from them? Do we expect them to save planet Earth? I'm sure they got, they know physics and things and aerodynamics that we don't know. I mean, they got, ships that travel under the ocean faster than ships on top of the ocean, and that's a really good feat, And they don't leave any bubbles or anything. They just zoom through the water. So, and they don't leak apparently. Uh, you know, that I'm sorry. There was something I watched years ago was a spaceship, and they were like, they were going into outer space, and then something happened, and they made it up to the atmosphere, and then it started back down, and they were all screaming in the spaceship, we're all gonna die. And the pilot was like, it's just water. And they were like, we're all going to die, And it was like, why? Well, because the spaceship will leak. And they said, the captain was like, better not, because we were headed into space. If it leaks in space, it'll leak in the underwater. So I was like, that was it. To me, I just, whoever wrote that, I was like, now that was a good observation. So, if it's good enough for outer space, it ought to be good enough for underwater, or vice versa. If it'll go underwater, it ought to be good enough for space. If it ain't leaking, it ain't leaking. Watch while I drink my tea and I'm still here. Yeah, drive safe for anybody. Yeah, y'all drive safe out there. Be safe. So, but anyway, we continue to give good energy to the universe. We continue to pass peace to our brothers and sisters. We continue to stay out of the chaos. Keep an eye on those crazy people. Dr. Campbell was in a video yesterday or today, and the amount of people who are dying is up. Unrelated deaths and so forth is up again. Even at the beginning of this year. But the totals are in for 2023, and there are a lot of extra deaths in most countries. And the US, had like a bunch. So, hey, Miss Katniss. So, yep, Miss Kitty, excess deaths. So, I've had several YouTube videos pulled because I must have mentioned something about, the jabby jab. And so I'm just going to refer you to Dr. Campbell's channel. Jimmy Dore did a special on it yesterday or the day before, discussing it. So it's out there, and my 10 cents worth is to y'all. Think about it. That's my medical advice. Think about it. That's all. Think about it. I'm not telling you yes or no, but I'm saying think about it. Really, think about it. Because these crazy people are trying to kill us. They really are. They have told us to our face. Okay. So I think there was 500,000 extra people last year. This was his current report. Almost 500,000 people extra died last year for whatever reason. Not saying, but 500,000 people, that's a pretty good chunk. So why are they letting people in from the southern border? Because we lost 500,000 people due to unrelated, you know. Ooh, interesting point of view. Just saying. So, but anyway, they're going to need a lot of cremation. Crematoriums must be working overtime, right? And opening up some new cemeteries. I mean, 500,000 people extra over and above what the normal rate of death. 500,000 people extra more, you know, thrown across the United States. That's a few extra holes in the ground, you know. And the morticians must be having one hell of a business, but they absolutely want us out of here. And so they're going to try some other stuff. So all we can do is keep an eye on these crazy bastards, you know. And it's up to you with what you want to do. And, you know, when they come for you, you know, bad dogs, crazy people. And, you know, to listen to these folks that, oh, it's another 20. Oh, hell yeah. I still got some left. When you hear these people from Davos, you know, who do they think they're talking to? And they know they're talking to us, but you watch them on TV and I shake my head and go, that guy's nuts. That guy is nuts. And they're out to get us. Oh, yeah, absolutely, X. And they have said so. And the types of things that they have planned for us, you know, it's like, you know, the thing about, you heard the latest, right, with all this snow. All these people that bought these Teslas, now it wasn't just a Tesla, so that it was just this was in the report. So there's snow all over, right? And the people are plugging their electric cars into these power stations. And there's like a dozen people waiting in line, right, with their new electric cars. The electric don't work at the plug. So these people whose batteries are dead because cold weather will kill a battery in a heartbeat. And so they're plugging in to charge their electric, brand new electric cars that won't charge because it's too cold. So this idea that electric batteries are going to take over, you know, batteries dying super hot and super cold. Yep. That, you know, don't get a battery hot, for crying out loud. It will explode. I've seen them explode. Okay. It's not pretty and it's loud, and the whole top will come off, and, you know, and battery acid goes everywhere. Not pretty. But, you know, so, but when the batteries are cold, they just, there's not enough juice in the electrolytes that they can't wiggle around because it's too damn cold. So, but anyway, so here are these cars stuck in the snow. Not only are the batteries dead, but the charging stations don't work. So I've listened to several folks who have like wanted to go across the United States, and they have to travel from one, they got a map. So they go from charging station to charging station. You know, so you get 150 miles. So to another charging station, stay there for a couple hours. Then you go to the next charging station, stay there for a couple hours. So it's like, wait a minute. So here's all this, you know, Charles Schwab and all these people who are trying to convince us that, you know, petroleum cars and oil and gas and all this is out of here because it's polluting the, you know, the atmosphere, when the batteries are, and stuff that goes in batteries are polluting. You know, they're really horrible, you know, battery acids and things. That's nasty stuff in a battery. So, but, you know, instead of having a clean running engine, they developed an engine years ago for the Opel GT that got 90 miles to the gallon, and it was diesel, and it would run 150 miles an hour because it was turbocharged. So an Opel Cadet, a 4-cylinder, you know what? So my, you know, my 4-cylinder Toyota out there that I want to get fixed. You know, double overhead cam and everything, and it got 35 miles to the gallon. You know, without anything special done to it. So it's like 35 miles to the gallon. Well, wait, that ain't bad. You know, and there are things that they could do that would make them even more efficient if they would take these god dog emissions controller things off. Because when the car is running out on the road, it runs cleaner than when it's stopped at idle. And guess what they do? They check the cars at idle. Now, the reason they do that is because of all the traffic jams in all the big cities. But not everybody is stuck in a city. There are a lot of us that travel back and forth in the country, but we're docked gas mileage because we don't sit still in traffic. So my truck could get better gas mileage if it didn't have to comply. But anyway, but to the point, these folks, you know, we're all going to give up our gas cars, you know. Night, kitty. 72 hours will have to drive cross country. What? Okay, Katniss, have a good day. Have some tea and, you know, start your day. But so all these folks think they got it planned out for us, and they want this to happen in the next 6 years by 2030. That's what Agenda 2030 is. And so they keep telling us what they're going to do to us and how, you know, we're going to get rid of this, we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to do this, we're going to get rid of, okay, they're going to get rid of us because they've said so. We're overcrowded, there's too many people. So they, you know, there was 500,000 people extra gone last year in the United States. Okay. So, but we can do better than that. We as human beings, and we just need to show these clowns we do not agree. You know, no, sorry. You know, your plan does not include me. You know, I don't believe it. Don't cow to it, and don't try to make me a part of it. You bunch of rich folks sit up there at Davos and all and make these plans. Did not ask me to the meeting. Didn't ask any of us. Therefore, why should we agree to it? And that's how it should stand. And we should stand up for it and say, no, sorry, guys. But here's the thing, there are so many people now who are not agreeing. There are so many people now more aware of the Davos thing. There were people before that just said, oh, there's Klaus Schwab talking again. And they're like listening and they're not really paying attention. They go, oh, that's nice. Oh, overcrowded. Yeah, okay. And that's that. But now they're listening to him and they're going, holy shit, this guy's nuts. So he's senile. He's out of his head. But guess what? There are other people that feel the same way he does. That's what's weird. So these folks that think that way, we need to just say no, sorry. And the more of us that just speak up and go, no, sorry, don't agree with it. Nope. Well, we all go, sorry, nope, don't agree. You know, and it's up to you whether you not whatever medical thing might come your way that you agree or disagree with, and that you do or don't take. Up to you, right? And but you know, don't want to be part of that 500,000 extra, you know. So, but anyway, I love you all. I continue to pray that each and every day, this is my third one, that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many, many wonderful blessings out there in the universe. Keep up the good work, ladies and gentlemen. Please spread peace. Peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. It's so easy to say. When you go into a friend's house or a building or whatever, stop and touch the door frame and say, "Peace be unto all who enter here." Not hard to do. Spread that word into the collective universe, into the quantum, into the source, you know? And one of the things I kind of sort of missed, and I will tie this in here at the end, source is male and female energy both. Call it goddess energy if you want to, but it's the female energy. You can't have one without the other. Creation cannot happen without the female of the. Now, there are certain species of critters that, you know, don't need a male, but they do need to be a female. So, remember, the universe is made up of both male and female essence. It does not one or the other. And now we need to look at each other in that way. You know, our divine energies need to work together to bring peace, to help bring peace upon the earth. That's the only way, you know. That's pre-programming. Okay, you know, but male and female energy. Now, you know, for the lesbians who might be leaning towards the male side, okay, you know, but we need to work together. That's the bottom line. So I love you all. Be safe. It's almost 5 hours I've been at this. You know, I will be on tomorrow night with Robert V on the Milky Way channel, and for, you know, 2 hours in fun and games talking about Native American things. You know, and then maybe tomorrow evening after the show is over, I will be on again with another subject that the spirit folks have, you know, kind of sticking me with. So, thank you for hanging out, Mango, and Scotty Boy, and everybody as always. You know, Miss Brett Stone, Miss Olivia, thanks for hanging out with us. You know, you can come back anytime and hang out with us. Glad to have you. And anybody else that's out there, we thank you for we thank you for participating. You know, and for me, you know, just the thought of some of the stuff I brought up, just the fact that you listened, you know, and that you're like, you know, I don't know if I agree with that crazy son bitch or not. But, you know, at the same time, you know, we can look at the world and go, you know, I kind of see where that is. And maybe I don't want to agree with that. And maybe there are times wherever you may live that, you know, there's somebody doing something that is just plain wrong. And they're trying to get the rest of us to believe it's true. Stand up and raise your hand and go, nah, sorry, this ain't right, you know? Because the only way to fix things is for good people to stand up. I can't remember what it was, but for good people to stand up and for what is right when we see it, you know. For there's something else. It had to do with the Nazis and World War II, but you know, so you know, if you have to, for God's sakes, get involved. You know, there was a video clip where this, you know, Vietnam vet guy wearing a MAGA hat, I think, was at a counter, and there was a black guy. Unfortunately, he was black, but was pickpocketing in a store. Pulled his wallet right out of his back pocket, and then it was like, and then started taunting the white man. And the old vet turned around and smacked the shit out of him and took him to the ground until the police got there. So there are folks who are just not putting up with this stuff anymore. Young and old, men and women, and they're just not putting up with it. Miss Johnstone, have a good day or good evening, depending on where you are. So, yep, thank you, Scotty boy. That's exactly right. Yeah, agree to be civil, at least try. That's just it. We can have a difference of opinion, but we can debate it. I mean, I had an uncle who was a master debater, you know, does a show tomorrow night. Yeah, every Tuesday, mostly every Tuesday night. Yeah, after 12. Yeah, sometimes it's 12:30. Sometimes it's as late as 1. But yeah, I do a show on Tuesday nights. I'm just here tonight because I was kind of sort of bored and this was on my mind and my spirit folks were kicking me around a little bit, going, you know, you, we got to bring up subjects because people need to think about some of this stuff. How far do we go? How far do the aliens go? If they land down here, how nice should they be? Or should they be nice to us at all? I mean, how many people think about being nice to the aliens? you know. Well, what about the aliens? They're going to come down here and they're going to show us how to do stuff. We got free energy and all this. Yeah, but how many people have stopped to think, do the aliens want to come down here and mess with us at all? You know, and why should they? I mean, they can fly around and watch us crazy people kill each other. So, you know, link up Robert's channel for Olivia. Who? Me? It's Milky Way Soul Tribe. And I don't know how to do it. And with my cell phone thingy here, I'm very limited with the things that I can do. Yeah, there's some good folks in that chat room too, Miss Olivia. Come and have, I know we're, soliciting your viewership, but come out and hang out with us. Hey Jamie, how are you? So as it is, Robert will have a subject and we will discuss it, some type of Native American thing, and we'll discuss it for about an hour. And then I will read from, at the moment, we're reading Seneca Myths and Legends. And then when that's over, I do a card reading with the animal cards for the whole soul tribe, and then that makes up about 2 hours. So that's how our Tuesdays go, Miss Olivia. And some of them stories are crazy, boy. Heads get cut off and just all kinds of weirdness. Well, thank you. And I am going to let y'all go. It's almost 5 hours. And so thank you for your time. And please stay safe, honestly, with all of the above. Stay safe on the road. Watch out from them other guys. Stay safe from them, some of the crazy. There's some crazy doctors out there now that will withhold medicine or over prescribe for you. So, be careful, keep an eye on stuff. I mean, like I did that video on the ranolazine, it literally will have you hallucinating. And I have taken the ranolazine and wondered why I was tripping. And then after going to the doctor and doing some study on my own and finding out about it, here I am taking a legal drug that makes me hallucinate. you know, oh boy, but anyway, so y'all be careful out there because there are sometimes they give you stuff, it's a heart medicine. and it's prescribed to a bunch of people. So, but did you know that it could make you hallucinate? you know, and I was saying this the other day I'm thinking about to myself now, how much should we care, right? How much should we get involved? And doing the thing about the Renolazine the other day was like, I got to get involved here because there are little old ladies sitting places, little old men too, but little old ladies sitting places who, you know, may have worked outside and done things. And, some of them, have been mothers. Many of them have had children, but they're sitting because I've worked in a nursing home, they're sitting in their wheelchair, and they're in the cafeteria or the day room or something like that, and they're just absolutely looking at the little birdie out on the feeder, just going, "Oh, look, Margaret, look how pretty it is," you know, and she's just tripping her, little wangies off, and and she don't know it, and everybody, blames old age, but Miss Johnson is sitting there going, "Well, look at the birdies. Oh, so pretty. Oh, the colors." And they're tripping because she's got a heart condition, and the doctor, as prescribed to most heart patients, they're taking Renolazine. So it's like, oh boy. So, if I was a younger man, but I'm too old now, but since they given this stuff to me, I don't have to sneak it. But one of the things that I would do in sneaking this would be I'd want to try this whether I had a heart condition. I'm not suggesting it that I'd be sneaking Grandpa's heart medicine, trying it out. Let me see if I can get high on this shit. Ain't suggesting that anybody do that, but with drug abuse and everything these days, that'd be a freebie. But anyway, so I don't know if there's like a Renolazine. Um, I don't know if there are people abusing a drug like that. If they found out what it is. Hey, Magic, how are you? Blessings to you this morning. Well, it's morning here in South Georgia. But so are there people who have taken grandma's medicine and said, "Woo, look, Renolazine. Oh man, I can hallucinate on this." Uh, are they? Are they stealing Granny's medicine? And at the same time, is Granny hallucinating for real? Because the case study that I saw was of a lady that was having all kinds of problems with hallucinating and stuff and talking to people and things. And, there was somebody in a room with her kind of deal. I haven't quite had that, but have sure had some weird things appear around, you know, just weird. So here's a safe drug that makes you hallucinate, but it'll take care of your heart, by God. And it's in the books. I don't have to make this shit up. I mean, if anything, I'm like, I can't believe it. I can't make this shit up. Um, Here we are at 6:45 a.m. in the morning time. Um, the light is about to appear on the horizon here in South Georgia. The temperature is kind of chilly. It's in the low 40s, maybe the upper 30s. And I hope you all sleep well, and I hope that you all stay healthy. But, keep an eye on stuff around you. Be aware, you know, and have faith in the Creator. Remember, the Creator is male and female energy. It cannot exist. It, let me put it this way, it must exist. The source energy must include both female and male energy. It must. It does, and it will, and it must. Can't get around it. Male and female energy together. So if any one side thinks we're going to get away from this one or that one or whatever, no, we need to tell each other, peace be upon you, my brothers and sisters, because that's how we fix it. We need to all be at peace. You can be a lesbian, still be at peace. You can be a drag queen, you can still be at peace. How we treat each other with respect and with honor, and we bring peace upon each other without fight. It's been 5 hours. Love you too, Chloe. I love you all out there. And like I have said before, please be safe, you know, and you can show respect and honor to our fellow human beings. It doesn't require a religion, you know, we can do it simply by honoring each other and being respectful and passing along. Peace be upon you, my brothers and sisters. And believe, 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 believe in the source and the creator, regardless of religion. And we will get along better. Till next time, be safe. Love you all and thank you. Stay away from statin drugs. Yeah. Be safe, everybody. Got to click the right button.